Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and its playoff coverage now. Thrift Behringer here with Richard Holdridge at Calvary Christian Field. And Richard, we got a fantastic broadcast with you. Bad timing for me as I decided to start the broadcast and do a little pregame right in the middle of the prayer. But this Calvary Christian Knights team has won 5 straight championships. You can include, it'd really be 6 if you include the COVID year. This team has been the epitome of elite. This program has. I put Glenwood and Calvary up there as the most consistent programs over the last 5 or 6 years. And we're excited to be a part of the Calvary Christian Knights playoff run here in 2024.
Excited indeed as Calvary Christian taking on Johnson Ferry Christian Academy out of Marietta, Georgia, as Calvary is the number 1 seed, and they're
They are the number
playoff
1
run.
seed.
They are. It's broken up by 4 different regions, and Keens Academy is the number 1 seed at the top of the bracket.
And I'm going to say this, and these opinions from Richard and I are solely Richard Holdridge and Thrift Behringer from Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. This is a Calvary broadcast, as we are, of course, we are supporters of Calvary. They're part of our Georgia-Alabama Sports Live family. But any opinions we give are Georgia-Alabama Sports Live alone, not the schools, not Steve Smith. And the reason I say that is because what has happened with Calvary having to potentially be on the road for the semifinals and the state championship, and they are undefeated in the GAPPS play this year. They have not lost a GAPPS game in 5 seasons,
Incredible.
Richard. They have dominated everybody, at least 3 or 4 seasons. I'm not 100% correct on that, but I know they haven't lost in the last couple of seasons. And yet, they potentially could be on the road. Make it make sense, Richard, because what it would be like is if the Denver Nuggets, and I know the way the seedings are worked out, but the way they set it up, if they do it off coin toss, there should be no coin toss at this point. If you look at records, they have a better record than Rock Springs, which is who potentially Calvary, if they beat Johnson Ferry, which we got a great matchup today, but if they beat Johnson Ferry, they could potentially play Rock Springs. Rock Springs is 14-8, 5-1 in GAPPS. Calvary's 21-8. They're ranked way higher in the state, higher strength of rating, and undefeated in GAPPS, but they would be playing on the road. Make that make sense to me, Richard.
It doesn't make sense. It's the coin flip that determined who's going to get home field advantage in the semifinals, and it is really that should not decide semifinals. It should be GAPPS record only.
Yeah. And then if they're both undefeated, if you want to do that.
If you want to do the coin flip, if they're both undefeated, why not?
But it doesn't make any sense. And there's my rant and my rave, because I think the defending champion who's won it several years in a row, they should host until somebody beats them, Richard.
But, Thrift, I do want to say, I know the Keens Academy has not played the schedule that Calvary has.
But they've had a great season.
21-2,
yes.
6-0 in the GAPPS. I would say if they did have the coin flip for the championship,
I have no problem. But
I have no problem.
You told me about the semifinal with a team they got a better record than, better region record, and yet they're going to be on the road. That makes no sense. But, hey, that's the hand that Coach Steve Smith and Calvary's dealt. They can't do nothing about it. All they're going to do now is just continue moving forward and playing dominant baseball. And, Richard, last year we were part of that playoff run. They won every game by 10 runs or more. They were just unbelievable. This year they had some bumps in the road. We talked with Steve Smith on Wednesday's show, and he made mention there's been a lot of growing pains, a lot of frustration within this season, but he thought last week getting wins over Lakeside, Troup County, and Northside put them in the right direction as they head on this playoff run. All right, well, we are presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC. Leading off for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy, comes in 6-10, is second baseman Will Tucker. On the mound for the Calvary Christian Knights,
that would be Carson Ward.
Carson Ward, the senior, 7-2 on the season, Richard. 3.93 ERA. We actually got some of Mr. Ward's family members right here next to us, so we hope he has an excellent game. And couldn't believe that wasn't a strike, but the count starts 2-0. Beautiful day for baseball. Windy, thank God. It's always, we were there at Glenwood yesterday. Thankfully, we were in the shade. And 2-0 pitch. Strike right down the middle, inside corner.
Will Tucker, the junior, batting .235 on the year. He's got a triple, a double, an RBI.
This is Calvary's last year as the 2-1 pitch, make it 2-2. Paints the outside corner. This is the last year for GAPPS, for Calvary. As they're moving on to the GIAA, going to be in the same region as Brookstone and Pacelli next year. We cannot wait for that. 2-2 pitch. It's fouled back. So just like Glenwood in the final year of the AISA, Calvary's in the final year of the GAPPS, and they both want to go out with a state championship run, and we think that we are glad that we're going to be a part of it, and we think they're both going to be able to accomplish that, Richard.
Yeah, there's no question about that.
2-2 pitch. Outside, got him looking. And he starts the game off with a strikeout. Up next, Kai Neely.
Yeah, that was good location by Carson Ward to get the strikeout, the first out of the game. And Neely on the year, batting .316. He's got 12 hits, 2 RBIs. And
the swings and misses there.
And the thing about the Johnson Ferry Christian Academy Saints, I'm looking at their roster, not a lot of players. In fact, their stats, they don't have anybody that has hit a home run this season, and they've only played 16 games, according to Max Preps.
Out of Marietta, Georgia, the Saints from Johnson Ferry, and he's doing a good job having control right now. There's another strike. That's 5 straight strikes for Ward, and he's got him 0-2.
To be fair, I used to live in the Marietta area. It's actually, Marietta is huge. It's actually closer to Sandy Springs.
Okay.
In case anybody's wondering.
And there's strike 3. Ward dealing so far 2 strikeouts. And coming up next, Will Miller, the center fielder.
Will Miller batting .368. He's got a triple, a double, 5 RBIs, 9 runs scored.
They're 6-10 coming into this one.
And they're in the same region with the Keens Academy, Cherokee Christian. They were finished 3rd in their region.
And there is strike 1. After starting 2-0 with the leadoff hitter, he has thrown 7 consecutive strikes. And make that 8. That's hit up to Thorne. Thorne makes a routine play and a 1-2-3 inning for Mr. Ward. We're going to head to the bottom of the first. It's Calvary Christian playoffs right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC and Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back, everyone. Thrift Behringer, Richie Rich Holdridge. I'm patenting the nickname. Richie Rich Holdridge, Tyler Redmond of WRBL. You know you can catch the highlights. You can catch the highlights with him and Jack Patterson. They're all over the place, man, today. They're from softball, baseball, playoffs. I mean, they got so much going on. Catch the highlights tonight at 11 o'clock.
We got a busy action in baseball. We got Troup County and Shaw. Winner take all, game 3 today at Shaw.
Happened in, what, 5-10 minutes up the road?
To 5-10 minutes up the road. Central is taking on Prattville for a doubleheader.
We're cheering for Central.
Darnell
Glenwood
Field
swept Morgan. They move on to the semifinals, which we'll get next week. All right, Calvary Christian's up to bat, and here comes one of the most improved players on this team, and that is Cam Houston, who's batting .361 on the season. He's got 3 home runs. He's got 22 RBIs, and he has been a consistent bat, and he can literally play all over the field. If Bailey's pitching, Bailey Thorne, he's playing short. If Bailey's playing short, he can play third, second, and right now he has a 1-1 count.
And he's a pretty good center fielder, too. There was a couple of games that we live streamed where he was patrolling center field with speed. I mean, he's got quickness out there. I mean, he's really developed as a good player for Calvary.
And that one is hacked right into the fence. I love this hill up here, Richard. The setup for Calvary, it is beautiful. I wish more schools had it like this. It allows us to be able to get the best possible view to stream. And appreciate Coach C. Smith setting us up. Actually, shout out to you, Richard, because you got here at the crack of dawn to make sure we got this awesome spot, because I know some other fans probably would have loved to have it. We appreciate everyone around us allowing us to be here, and we're big supporters of Calvary Christian. You know I'm a big Steve Smith fan. He allowed us to live stream last year when we were doing it off our phone.
Yeah, that's right.
And now that we've taken it to a whole nother level, you know we're going to do it with Calvary 3. And that one's hit straight in the air. It looks like the first baseman maybe can make a play, and does, and there's out number 1.
The starting pitcher for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is Fletcher Heacock, .583 earned run average, 1-0 on the season.
They only have all their guys are 1-0.
8th appearance. He's only had 8 appearances so far. His innings pitched, he's only pitched 18 innings, but he leads the team with 35 strikeouts.
Up to bat now for Calvary is Joel Cordero, the catcher. Cordero is batting .328 with 4 doubles on the season. And right now has a count 1-1.
So Hardaway's season came to an end yesterday, losing both games to Stars Mill. 10-0 and 13-1. But Stars Mill, I mean, to be fair, probably going to win the state championship. They have been outstanding, only have 2 losses all season.
And count is 3-1 now.
Yeah, those games were 13-0 and 10-0. LaGrange moves on as they swept Bainbridge. 12-2 and 15-0, but they got to go on the road. They were a number 2 seed.
And that one's going to be hit to the third baseman, and he's just going to make a routine throw. Does it pull the first baseman off the bag? It did not.
Yeah, good stretch by the first baseman.
And 2 up, 2 down, and here comes one of the best baseball players in our area, one of the best baseball players in the state. It's Bailey Thorne. Bailey Thorne, who had an incredible year last year, very high expectations this year, but still has 11 home runs, batting .459 on the season.
If I'm going to say, if you're going to pitch to this guy, it's best to do it when there's no runners on base.
Thorne trying to end his Calvary Christian Knights career with 4 state championships. Pretty incredible career, right?
Absolutely. 16 home runs last year, 12 this year.
And you know, a lot of these pitchers, when you get a guy like Thorne who's up, that's just got that magic with the bat, that's in the back of their head. And so now they're overcompensating, and that's why you see a pitch like that go in the dirt, because he doesn't want to throw it anywhere where it's meat. And the problem is the entire plate's meat for Bailey Thorne,
Exactly.
so you really don't have many options to pick from. And that one he gets under, but it is going to go foul as we have a 10. Oh, we almost had someone make a play right behind us.
He just played it right in front of him as it went behind us, as we've got fans all the way up to the green fence with their folding chairs. I mean, this is just a perfect view for baseball. You're going to get your folding chairs out on the lawn. You could sit in the bleachers. I mean, there is not a bad seat here at Calvary.
And pitch on the way in the dirt again. And I'm going to give all the reason it looks like this credit to Steve Smith, because before his tenure, none of this was here. So he has not only elevated the program, elevated the facilities, and now he's doing it for all sports because he's an athletic director.
Right.
And you're seeing why Calvary's one of the top sports destinations in our area, along with Pacelli, Brookstone, Glenwood. A lot of the private schools, they have just elevated, and it's making the public schools do the same thing. So that's why sports is at an all-time high in this area. And there, is that going to be strike 3 on Thorne? And it is. So Johnson Ferry, pitcher, Heacock, able to get out of the first inning on a 1-2-3. We're going to go to the top of the second. 0-0 here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile. Welcome back, everyone. This game is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC, and joining us in the booth, if you will, is WRBL 3 Assistant Sports Director, Tyler Redmond. Tyler,
Sports
thanks.
anchor.
Sports anchor, okay.
Don't promote me. Jack will get upset. Don't do that.
I put assistant in front of it, though, because he's a sports director. I put the assistant. Either way, thank you so much for joining us, Tyler.
Oh, man, happy to be here. Happy to be out here watching some Calvary baseball.
And you made mention, that was what, that first inning, that was the first time you have been here at a Calvary game in which they didn't have at least a couple runners on base and scoring.
Yeah, we're usually in and out here because we know, hey, get there early because the runs are going to happen early. And, that's typically what it was. But, hey, credit to Johnson's Ferry. They were able to hold the Calvary offense, at least thus far. But also, the guy on the mound right now for Calvary, he looked pretty dominant. 2 strikeouts in the first inning. He was touching 86, by the way, down there. I was asking the guy, what's his velo? And 86 miles per hour is where we stand at the moment. That's pretty good for a high school arm, especially at this level. That's really solid.
It is. Carson Ward, who is 7-2 on the season.
Looks like he's going to have an out right here.
And that one's hit straight up in the air, and there is out number 1. All right, let's talk about what's on the docket for WRBL. Glenwood, they won a playoff game, won their playoff series. Is Jack at Shaw today, and what else do y'all plan on trying to cover? Are you going to be here?
Jack is at Central.
Oh, so no one's at Shaw. Is that
I'm
where
heading there after this. That tells you how we operate.
Right.
So I'll be in and out here hopefully after the bottom of this inning, and then hopefully we see a Shaw victory, and hopefully, I guess Shaw or Troop, really, it depends. But here locally, I'm hoping for Shaw, but of course, we're hoping for a Calvary victory as always.
All right, let's talk a little bit about those Bravos. They got a big series this weekend with the Cleveland Indians. And
Guardians.
God, I knew I was going to do it because I'm sitting here like, you know what, I even announced who the batter is right now. As Ward has an 0-1 count. Make it 0-2 as he swings and misses. This is actually the pitcher, Heacock, and he's down 0-2. Guardians, who are probably the most surprising team in baseball right now.
So far, but there's been a lot of surprises. I would argue the Astros are one of the most surprising teams.
Because how bad they are?
How bad they are so far this year, at least how bad their record is.
That's a good point.
But, looking ahead, you have this series with the Guardians, they're in first place. But after that, you have a first place matchup with the Mariners, and then after that, you got a first place matchup with the Dodgers. So
And they're both on the road.
yeah, so it's going to be a rough stretch here. Well, I say rough stretch. It could be, successful, but it's going to be a tough stretch. It may not be rough, but it's going to be tough. And, the thing about it, though, I'm excited for it because what we've seen so far out of the Braves, we haven't seen them face a lot of tough competition. They faced the White Sox. They faced, who we mentioned earlier, the Astros, the Marlins. There hasn't been a ton of tough teams, and I'm excited for this stretch because this is going to feel like what we're going to see in the postseason. This is going to be postseason caliber teams. Whether or not the Guardians make it, whether or not the Mariners even make it to the postseason, they're playing their best ball right now.
And it's about right now.
We want to see where we stand right now. I want to see specifically where the back end of the rotation sits. Everything else I'm pretty confident about, but the back end of the rotation I'm concerned with. Bryce Elder, newly debuted this year, Bryce Elder,
right,
and Ronaldo Lopez. I want to see them against some stiff competition.
And they've been playing well so far. And by the way, you talk about tough. Carson Ward is becoming a very tough pitcher. He's got the batters guessing right now, and he's got 2 outs so far. I'm excited about this matchup. But in terms of playoff baseball, you've been covering playoff baseball for a long time in high school. And here comes the pitch. That one's fouled back.
Jammed him.
What defines a great team? You've seen a lot of great teams. Is it the pitching? Is it the hitting? Is it a combination of both? Is it being a well-coached team? What defines a great team in your opinion and why they win state championships?
I think coaching is a big factor, but I'll do you one better. I think it's the chemistry. I covered a couple of years ago, I covered Central turning to the state championship game the next year. And what I'll say about those guys is, half of them have their hair, dyed blonde. They're dedicated to the team, and, they stick together. You can tell they hang out after school. You can tell they go out together. And that goes at all levels. That's, whether you're in Little League, as there's a ground ball to the right side, and that's looks like it's going to wrap up the inning for Ward. So, hey, Calvary keeping it scoreless.
Yeah, and I think you can finish your point, too, about talking about Central. And when you're done, can you tell me what is the deal with the dyeing of the blonde hair? Because I saw Glenwood players doing the same thing. Do you know what that is?
I don't know what it is. I wish it was around when I was playing.
You would have loved that.
I don't know that I would have done it, but I wish it was around. But no, I mean that's the point, right? It's they're with each other. They're friends. You can tell they hang out. They have good chemistry. They care for each other. They pick each other up. Hey, you might have struck out, but the next guy's going to do, is going to handle business.
Right.
And they root for each other. It's competitive to make the team, of course, but it's not you don't feel like someone's rooting against you. And I think that's what really defines a good team, but also it starts with coaching.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Chemistry. And we got good chemistry with Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC. Here's why.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you to Tyler Redmond. He'll come back here to do the – we're actually going to let him do some play-by-play.
Oh, that's going
Why
to be
not?
awesome. Yeah.
Those Tyler Redmond on some play-by-play.
I tell you what, when you think of baseball, you think of Tyler Redmond, not just the Braves, but just his love for the game and always seeing him cover high school baseball. You could just tell he's got a passion for it.
Bryson Brooks is up to bat now. The left fielder, Brooks, batting .328 on the season. He's got 2 home runs. 14 RBIs, and he's going to try to start off what we hope to be a productive bottom half of the second for the Knights. And he has the count 1-1.
Yeah, so far it's been a quick couple of innings. Both pitchers, 1, 2, 3 innings. in the first for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy, and in the first and second for Calvary. Good eye by Bryson Brooks. Just staying patient. He doesn't have to be aggressive at the plate. Make Heacock throw strikes.
Yes. And right now, the count is 2-1. We're live on YouTube and on Facebook. And that one's hit straight back again. So count's going to go 2-2. And even to make, brings the count the full 3-2 for Bryson Brooks. Full count and a leadoff walk for Brooks. Coming up to bat now is Noah Strickland, the center fielder. Mr. Strickland batting .377, no home runs, does have 17 RBIs, and the senior is up to bat next.
Very important that Calvary gets the leadoff runner on base. Let's see if they try to get aggressive here. If Brooks is going to try to steal, try to get that runner in scoring position.
And he swings and misses there. Throw down to second.
It was there on time.
Awkward.
It was short.
It was short. He awkwardly just kind of like fell around the. It wasn't even a tag attempt because the throw was so bad.
It was
but
so
it was
bad.
on time,
He was in front of him. But I called it. Stolen base for Bryson Brooks. Now Calvary's got a runner in scoring position.
See if Noah Strickland can bring him home. Takes that one.
I think you got to think that Calvary is a dangerous lineup at the plate. You know, they went down 1-2-3, and they're trying to respond here. They know that they got the big bats, the heart of the lineup coming up, and they got to try to get some runs here.
And that one's hit high, deep, all the way, and making the catch is center fielder. Great catch, but Brooks tags it up and gets to third. Strickland just a little bit off of it. That one was going to be all the way out of here.
Yeah, it was right in the gap in right center, and a good job by the center fielder tracking that one down and making the catch. That was the center fielder, Will Miller.
Carson Ward is up, the starting pitcher. Ward is batting .314 on the season. That one goes past. Brooks is going to take off and run. Play at the plate. He's under it. Safe, and there's the first run.
That was a very close play, but his finger got underneath home plate before the tag was applied. That's the first run of the game.
And that one is a rocket. And it's going to go past the center fielder, and there goes Ward around first base. He looks like he's going to get a stand-up double. He's going to try. No. He thought about trying to round to go to third, and there's going to be a double for Ward.
That was a terrific hit on the meaty part of the bat in the gap. And the center fielder tried to track it down. It was a little bit out of his reach. It goes all the way to the fence.
And here comes starting power forward for the basketball team. I think he also started on the football team. Just a great athlete. Number 18, Liam Hokut. And Hokut comes in to the game, who's only played 6 games. The sophomore. Luke Scoggins is going to come in and run for Ward, the pitcher. But Hokut the sophomore. He's played in 6 games, batting .182 on the season. Coach Smith was talking about it. He's gotten a lot better, man, and that's the reason why he's now starting here in this playoff run. And I think it's pretty unique, and that's the beauty of this Calvary Knights program. It's next man up.
Well, he's a tremendous athlete. We had Coach Jonathan Gordon up here joining me for the first game when Calvary was taking on Carver earlier this year, and he talked about how Liam Holcutt was a baseball player. I mean, that was his first love, but he's also just a great basketball player as well. So
And he takes a strike there.
I mean, it's just great to see these athletes. I mean, they're playing 2 sports, 3 sports. So they're just busy year round, from one sport to the other.
And now he's down 0-2. That one's outside. Make it 1-2.
So, Thrift, we got day 2 of the NFL draft, the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Any surprises from last night? Besides the Michael Penix Jr. selection?
I think that the Falcons may have overthought themselves, but we'll talk about that, and I'm going to give my opinion, I promise you, on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show on Sunday, Richard.
Can't
I'm
wait.
looking forward to that, so make sure to tune in. You're going to hear what I have to say, I promise you. And, oh, they're going to say that's low. Make it 2-2. 2-2 the count to Holcutt. Another one that was just really close, but it's going to be outside and low for a ball. Full count now to Liam. And ball 4. It's good at bat for Liam Holcutt. He walks. We got runners on first and second as Griffin Barbary, who's batting .273, and the senior up to bat. Runners on first and second, 1 out. And that one's hit straight up in the air. And the second baseman is going to make the play for out number 2. And now we're at Case Charles, the second baseman. Case, .238 on the year. 15 hits with 63 at bats. He's got about 3 triples on the season. We could use one of them triples right now.
He's also a very good second baseman. We see him diving for ground balls, and he likes to flip the double play over to the shortstop. I mean, he's everything you want in the second baseman. Just patrols that area just perfectly.
Charles has the count 1-1. Game 2 will come up 30 minutes after this one. We're going to be there for both of them today. We don't expect a what-if game, but you never know. And ball goes past the catcher, not getting a good jump. It's Scoggins out there on second. And count goes to 2-1.
Yeah, Zachary Grayson just had to get to it quick because Scoggins looked like he was going to make a move for third.
Three and 1 now to Charles. And now the bases are loaded as Cam Houston, who popped up to the first baseman last inning. Time has been called. Richard, I know you're going to give updates on Shaw.
Oh, yeah. I've got people that are possibly at the game that I'm trying to get updates because Max Preps is not updating. I know that's got to be great for the local news stations to have two teams from the Chattahoochee Valley playing in a playoff game with Troup County and Shaw.
Houston takes ball one.
So
Third baseman wasn't even there to cover.
So Thrift, the GIAA brackets have been set.
Yeah,
Brookstone and Pacelli will have byes in the first round.
and they potentially could be facing each other in the semifinal.
Yeah, Brookstone's the number 2 seed. Pacelli's the number 3 seed. Pacelli could face the winner of Strong Rock Christian and Westfield School. Brookstone could face the winner of Mount DeSales Academy and Stratford Academy.
There's strike one.
And First Presbyterian Day is the overall number 1 seed.
Houston takes strike two. Evens the count at 2-2.
Houston's got to protect here. With 2 outs, you want to try to put the ball in play. He'll swing at anything close.
High, full count.
And the runners are going to go on this pitch. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. This is a pressure situation for Fletcher Heacock. It'd be huge for the Saints if they can get out of this inning only giving up the 1 run.
And taking off is everybody. And there's going to be a 2-out walk that turns into a run. Second unearned run now. And up to bat, back up is Joel Cordero, who got out by a ground out last time.
Yeah, and Cam Houston gets credit for an RBI on the bases loaded walk. Calvary up 2-0.
And that one's going to be hit right in the gap. 1 run scores. Here comes the throw, and 2 runs score, and there's going to be a 2-out double from Joel Cordero. And now Calvary's starting to click on all cylinders. They're up 4-0. And here comes Bailey Thorne, and with a base open, I would not be surprised if they're going to intentionally walk 28.
And I don't even think they have to throw 4 pitches. They could just point to first.
So Cordero is going to get a pinch runner. Pinch running for him is Irving.
Yeah, Tommy Irving, he's got really good speed on the base pass. He's also one of the starting pitchers for Coach Steve Smith. And saw him pitch in the Northside game, that slugfest 16-11, which was a week ago. We've called the Calvary Brookstone game on Tuesday.
Shockingly, they are going to throw to Bailey Thorne.
I don't know about this. With first base open and 2 outs, yeah. I would give him the free pass.
I would have too. There would be no second guessing.
And there's fans that agree with me as well.
But he hits that one high, deep, all the way to the warning track. The wall, off the wall. 1 run will score. The other one will jog in. Bailey Thorne, another one that was just, and honestly,
by inches.
Inches from literally getting out of the ballpark. He does score 2 more, and that makes it 6-0 Calvary. Big-time hit, and that's why you walk Bailey Thorne right there.
Yeah. You're throwing at him, first pitch. Bailey Thorne is an aggressive hitter. He's going to swing that first pitch. It looked like a pop-up that just carried, and it could possibly go out, but it just missed the wall by inches. But the right fielder trying to make a play on it, and it hits to the fence. Bailey Thorne's got a double. 2 more runs batted in.
Up to bat now is Bryson Brooks. Guess what? He's the one that started all this. And led off the inning with a walk, and now he's back up to bat. So they have batted around this inning.
Yeah, Heacock is going to have a conversation with his catcher as we try to get score updates today. We know that Central's playing Prattville. We'll try to get a score update on that. Troup County, Shaw. Other than that, in this area, not a whole lot of action. Most of the games played last night in the GHSA.
And there's a ball to Brooks. And swing and a miss there for Bryson Brooks. Excuse me.
Also, by the way, Game 1 of the Columbus River Dragons semifinal FPHL against Carolina tonight. At Carolina, the games for Games 2 and 3 will be at the Civic Center Saturday and Sunday.
Taking off, and that one's going to be hit down the line. Going to go foul.
But that was a good jump by Bailey Thorne. He would have had third base. Columbus Lions are on the road, taking on the Harrisburg Stampede.
And
oh, so close.
The count now goes to full.
That was a good jump.
Full count to Brooks. Thorne on second, 6-0 Calvary. And he didn't like Thorne's lead. And that one is going to be a rocket that's going to get down for a base hit. Bailey Thorne being waved around home. Here comes the throw, not in time. And they keep on bringing him in, make it 7-0. 2 outs, and now Noah Strickland's going to be back up. Strickland, Richard last at bat. He flew out to center field.
Yeah, I thought that the center fielder, Will Miller, for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy was playing a little deep. And Bryson Brooks made him pay with an RBI single.
Well, do you blame him? He felt like he got burnt the last 2 times. So.
Yeah, he had to make the adjustments, but, you know, sometimes you got to play a little bit in. I mean, you know when, you know, the big hitters come up, I mean, you're just trying to protect it, especially when they're capable of hitting it out. But Bryson Brooks is that player too. He just hit it perfectly in the right spot to get the RBI single.
And that one's going to go in the backstop. Brooks gets a great jump, and he's still going to throw down to second. That was a dangerous throw.
And another stolen base for Calvary. Bryson Brooks, he already got a run score and now a stolen base.
And that one's going to be hit up the middle, but the shortstop was right there, makes the throw, not able to complete it as a first baseman. Brooks coming down home and scores.
Yeah, that's going to be an error on the first baseman. The shortstop was actually playing like it was a shift because that was hit up the middle. He was right there protecting the bag, and he was able to make a throw. It was a little off the mark, and it's going to be an error.
I think we're going to get a pitching change as the head coach comes out. Is he making a change, or is he just having a conversation?
He might just have a conversation.
Well, it's 8-0 now. So this one's already got out of hand 2 innings in. And me and our next guest, he'll come on in just a second. Tyler Redmond was talking about from WRBL. It's like last time I was here, I don't remember an inning where Calvary didn't at least score 1 run, and then they proceed the next inning after going 1, 2, 3 in the first, 8 runs, 10 batters later here in the second. And then he's going to leave him in. He's going to try to get him out of here with 2 outs.
And that's the right decision. I mean, there's 2 outs.
And all this damage was happening with 2 outs too, Richard.
Yeah, this has been incredible. Not only has Calvary batted around, I mean, they're getting ready to bat around at least half of the lineup once again after going 1, 2, 3 in the first.
Carson Ward, the pitcher, I know he's happy. Last time he was up to bat, he had a double, and now he has a 8-0 lead. Makes you feel pitch more comfortably and looser.
Of course.
When you're coming out after an inning to an 8-0 lead. That one's low in the dirt to make it 2-1.
So I did receive word that the Shaw Troup County game does start at 6 o'clock. So they have not started their game yet. We'll try to get score updates.
And there's a bad throw and a great jump. And Ward is set up beautifully with a runner at second. I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next guest because I know he's going to have to get out of here in just a moment. It's Tyler Redmond of WRBL. Let's see if we can't get a call in right here. We're gonna work some magic. We're going to do something fun here. We're going to let Tyler Redmond basically do a tryout on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
We'll see how it goes, Thrift. We will see how it goes. Calvary, of course, up 8-0 now. They got a man on second with 2 outs. They've been able to do a lot of this damage with 2 outs. Fletcher Heacock is at the plate, and he just blasted one to left, and the fielder misread it, and runner around third. He's going to score easy. That's going to make it Calvary up 9-0 after a Heacock double, and you see the celebration there. What an exciting inning here for Calvary Christian. Carson Ward coming up to plate here, and my mistake.
Yeah, Carson Ward actually, Heathcock is the pitcher. Carson Ward was ended up getting the double RBI on that. Back-to-back doubles. He is 2 for 2. But Liam Hoka, Tyler, that's a name that sounds familiar to you. Played on the basketball team for Calvary. And
yeah, and he looks like it too, right? I mean, look at the height on him. I mean, and he looks like if he gets hold of one, it's going to go a long way. He's got a chance to do some damage here with a man on second here. Again, up 9-0. There it is. Base hit down the left side. Runner around third. Calvary makes it a 10 spot in the inning. And they just continue to pour it on here. And, man, what a tough inning here for Fletcher Heacock. But, man, I tell you what, this Calvary offense, y'all mentioned it earlier. They went 1, 2, 3 in the first inning. They respond with 10 runs in the second, most of which, if not all of which, were with 2 outs. And you look at where we are now, the lineup has got to be close to batting around twice.
Twice, just about.
And
you got the 8 and 9 hitters coming up.
Yeah, you got Griffin
Barbary
coming up to the plate.
He's 0 for 1. He popped out to the second baseman his first time up.
Let's see what he does here. They're looking for some insurance. You can never have enough in the playoffs. Pitch inside. It's going to make it a 1-0 count.
Yeah, especially with the 15-run, 12-run, and 10-run rule in effect. You want to try to get Game 1 out of the way and get prepared for Game 2.
Well, beyond that, you want to save your pitching, too.
Exactly.
No reason why you wouldn't want to end this early.
Well, if you're only playing 3 innings, it's saving your bullpen for Game 2. And it's going to help you not have to play a Game 3 if necessary.
Absolutely. When is Game 2?
So Game 2 is going to be 30 minutes after the end of this game. Oh, that's a gapper. That's going to fall.
That's going to be another run. Runner around third. Relay is going to be late. Calvary now up. What is that, 11-0?
11-0. They are teeing off on this Johnson Ferry pitcher. Another RBI. Griffin Barbary, who doesn't get a whole lot of playing time, But he's in the lineup for Coach Smith, and guess what, Tyler? They have officially batted around because the number 9 hitter, Case Charles, is coming up to the plate.
Wow, what an impressive showing here. And this is what Calvary is able to do here.
Absolutely.
I mean, and the thing I noticed in the first inning, it looked like they were trying to do a little too much. That's why they went 1-2-3. They weren't getting the pitches they needed. As you see a pop-up here in the middle of the outfield, this ought to be the inning, and it will be. Finally, the Calvary Christian gets shut down, but not before putting up 11 runs. And for now, we're going to send it to break, I believe. But, yeah, Calvary Christian up 11-0.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back, everyone. Calvary exploded there with an 11-run bottom of the second. We were trying to figure out the run rule situation. I think we're going to go at least 4 innings. I think it's 15 after 4 either way. Thank you to Tyler Redmond for joining us.
Did a great job, and you could tell that he is passionate about baseball. He's got to run because Shaw is playing Troup County at 6, trying to get the highlights for that.
Coming up for the first time today is Zachary Grayson, the catcher.
Grayson on the year batting .250 with a double and 7 RBIs.
And that one's going to be a little outside for the Blues' liking. High and make it 2-1. Ward has it 3-1 now. And that one's going to be ball 4.
So, Thrift, I'm looking at the bracket for the 3A GHSA. Columbus plays Mary Persons on Monday, by the way. If they can get by Mary Persons, they will host an Elite 8 game at Columbus because the number 3 seed Wesleyan beat Gordon Lee. Hart County defeated Sandy Creek. So how about that? The number 4 and number 3 seed on the bottom of the bracket able to advance. But they got to get by Mary Persons, a very talented team.
And Wolf Sisty's up, and that one little dribble is going to go foul.
Sisty is batting .182 with 1 double and 2 RBIs. By the way, Grayson, that leadoff walk, that's the first base runner of the game for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy.
Right now, Ward has it 1-1. And that one's hacked to make it 1-2.
By the way, Callaway advanced by defeating East Jackson 3-2 and 8-2. They're now in the second round along with LaGrange.
Two-two pitch to Wolf Sisti, and there is strike 3. Another strikeout for Ward, another one bites the dust.
4 strikeouts for Carson Ward so far on the game.
And now number 11, first baseman Brooks Crew.
And by the way, Brooks Crew is only a 7th grader. Batting 143, 2 RBIs. I mean, the future looks bright for this 7th grader. I mean, he's getting some big time playing in a playoff game.
And there's another strike for Ward. And close on the pickoff move there, Richard.
Yeah. And you got to remember, I mean, you're playing at the varsity level as a 7th grader. That's the age where you're playing Little League Baseball.
If you're just joining us, Thrift Behringer, Richie Rich Holdridge here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. 0-1 pitch is hit to Thorne. Thorne able to make a Derek Jeter throw. What, it gets him off the bag? Are they going to say out? And they are going to say his foot was off the bag, so he is safe. That was a pretty incredible throw there by Thorne, but did pull the first baseman off the bag. So runners on first and second, 1 out. It's 11-0. 11 runs just happened in that last inning, and 9 of them came after 2 outs. And there's strike 1. Top of the lineup, Will Tucker is up.
Struck out his first time up, 0 for 1. Batting 235 on the year with a triple, and he only had 21 plate appearances on the season.
And that one, and Thorne had already been moving over.
He was breaking towards second.
Yeah, he was breaking to second. There's a throw at the plate. Is he able to get him? He is! What a throw!
Oh, he held on to the ball.
What a throw!
Yeah.
By the center fielder.
But you got to give credit for Joe Cordero holding on to the ball. I thought it was going to pop out.
Noah Strickland with the cannon out in center field and let him in beautifully.
Seattle Mariners, Ichiro from right field. That reminded me of that. Just the cannon.
And I guess the coach.
He's like, am I safe? Look at the replay. He thinks he's safe. Yeah, Joe Cordero hanging on to the ball.
I don't know what they're discussing here because he was out.
Clearly out.
He was out. He hadn't even got to the plate. And I hate that he did that. You know, they always point at us. Like, and we've had this happen before, whether it's basketball, football, or baseball. And it's like, you know, you can't use us. We're not the actual replay center.
Well, it reminded me of, remember Patrick Beverly got a camera and was showing it to the refs?
I hate Patrick Beverly. Don't bring him up ever again on this show.
Okay.
I'm definitely kidding right there, man.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I do. He gets under my skin, and he is out.
It really does.
Hey, listen, I don't blame the player, though. You know what? If I'm him, you're trying to say you're safe, obviously. You're trying to compete. So 2 outs, but man, what a throw from Noah Strickland. And like you said, even better tag to hold on the ball because he was sliding into the glove as soon as he caught it. And he easily could have dropped that and was able to hold on to it for 2 outs. Kai Neely up, the shortstop. And that one bounced off the catcher's chest plate.
Neely 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Batting .316 on the year. 12 hits.
And that one's going to be a short one. Who's going to make the play? The first baseman is. Excellent job by Peyton Morrison, who's not batting but is playing in the field. And Ward gets out of it, giving up nothing. It's 11-0 Calvary. We head to the bottom of the third here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back, everyone. We made mention it is also Coach Steve Smith's birthday. I texted him. I said, listen, let's get 2 wins here. And really great guy. Appreciate everything he's done for us. And he is just a pillar and a huge ordeal here in our area, and done a great job with this Calvary Knights baseball program and Calvary Knights athletics in general. All right, up to bat is leadoff hitter Cam Houston. I think that's Cam Houston.
He is 0 for 1, popped out to the first baseman, then walked, but he only has 1 official at bat, but he does have an RBI. By the way, 1-1 top of the 4th between Central and Prattville. As WRBL's Jack Patterson, big shout out to JP, giving us the score update. He's over at Central getting the highlights for WRBL Sports later tonight. That pitch is outside for a ball. Fletcher Heathcock, the starting pitcher for the Saints from Johnson Ferry Christian Academy out of Marietta, coached by Lee Sumney. It's in there for a strike.
Looked like the same pitch to me.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And there's a leadoff walk for Cam Houston. Here comes Cordero. He's the one that made that great tag last inning, Richard. He also doubled last inning.
Yeah, got 2 RBIs on that double.
Well, we're going to test your theory here, Richard, because I think Calvary's going to score a few more runs, and if they get to 15, we'll see if that's the case.
Well, I do believe the GHSA rules because I called the Kendrick-Jordan game, and Jordan won that 18-1.
Did he swing at that?
I believe he did.
It was such a late swing. The pitch had already gone by. I couldn't believe he swung at that. And now you hear his teammates laughing. I don't think Joel could even believe he swung at that either.
No, I don't think he could.
Such a delayed reaction there. 0-1 to Cadera. Cam Houston did get off to a great steal. Makes it 1-1 now. I want to say shout out to Nashawal, who's been a sport of ours all season. Also, shout out to our guy, Grant Smithwick, who, again, another guy that's been a lot to me all the way back to my high school career. Can't believe I've known him that long.
Well, Thrift, you've been around for a while as far as broadcasting
I'm
goes.
old, Rich.
And so am I.
I'm 31 years old.
But I've been doing this for about 3 years. It was about 3 years ago that they offered me the public addresser.
Of that in a broadcast in over months. And I just want to say, the last time you did it was at Russell County Central, which was probably the basketball game of the year on Georgia Alabama Sports
There's
Live.
no question about that.
And you just cost me a lot of money because I said you weren't going to be able to do it, and you did it. And it's awesome that you did bring that up and there's Joel hits it over to second. I don't know why he volleyed that throw because Cordero almost could have beat out the throw.
Oh,
brings in another run to make it 12-0. There is one out. But, Richard, it is an awesome accomplishment because it's when you got your broadcasting career started here, and that's how it helped me get to notice you.
Well,
and,
it was how I got to meet Toygar and Chris, our producers.
Everything
were
works
calling
out.
The games
so, basically, you're telling me I need to thank Russell County that we got the team that we got.
Absolutely. That's how I got my start. Coach Dylan Griggs believed in me.
It's 12-0.
Oh, what a shot!
That one is high, deep. See ya! That one's gone. And again, do not know why you want to throw to him. And Bailey Thorne goes oppo. Close to 400 feet. That one's going to be lost in the forest.
Tape measure shot.
And Thorne makes it 13-0.
Bailey Thorne, just absolute power to the
And I'm
opposite
literally
field.
looking at my notes right now. I was like, all right, what's something I want to bring up? And I forgot, I can't take my eyes away when 28's up because at any point the ball could leave the park.
Absolutely.
And it just did. So great job, Richard, getting my attention on that one. And a great hit for Thorne. And it's now 13-0. Brooks is up to bat.
Bryson Brooks, 1 for 1, a walk and a single, and he's got an RBI and a run scored.
Also, tomorrow, the Columbus Lions, who are undefeated, they take on Harrisburg Stampede, the team they just beat 75-20.
Trying to go 4-0.
So watch them. And then you got the River Dragons playing tonight on the road, playoff series against their rival, Carolina Thunderbird. You can watch that on the Carolina River Dragons YouTube channel. Also will be on 106.9 Really Rocks, a PNB broadcasting station, and I'm part of the PNB family, so make sure to listen there on terrestrial radio. And that one's hit right up the middle. Oh, shortstop makes a good play and a better throw for out number 2. And here comes the guy that made that great throw last inning, Noah Strickland.
Noah Strickland is 0 for 2. He did reach on an error, flied out to center his first time up in the second inning.
And that one is hit in the back. Make it 1-1. Foul ball.
Like Tyler mentioned, the Braves are playing the Guardians tonight, the two best teams in the major leagues. You got Chris Sale going up against Logan Allen. Well, I tell you, Chris Sale, that's been a great pickup for the Braves, and they really need him right now. Hopefully he can get back to his time when he was pitching for the Red Sox in 2018.
And that one's a ball to make it 3-1. We will have game 2 here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live immediately following this one. And the way this one's going, I expect game 2 to start around 7 o'clock. And there is strike 1 to make it 3-1. I know Coach Smith, he's raised a lot of money to be able to improve a lot that's on the field, including getting a new scoreboard. And there's ball forward to Noah Strickland, and here comes the pitcher, Carson Ward, excuse me, not Cam Ward. Cam Ward was the quarterback for Houston. The
Houston Cougars.
Yeah, went to Miami.
Man went to Miami, yeah.
Carson Ward.
2 for 2 with 2 doubles and an RBI.
Make sure to share this video. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tag someone. Tag us. It takes 2 seconds. Click the share button. Come on, tell everyone. This is what we do on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. As Ward has a 1-0 count. Make it 2-0. He throws it down. They don't like these runners getting any type of lead. And Richard, over 50 football games we broadcasted, over 100 basketball games, and now close to 70 baseball games this season. And that doesn't include CVCC games that we also did. 25 CVCC girls and boys basketball, another 20 baseball and softball games. We've broadcasted over 300 games this year. Pretty incredible, right? And that doesn't include the shows that we've done. And whoa.
Oh, that hit him.
And there's another walk. So we got 2 outs, runners on first and second. And here's Liam Hokut, who hit a zinger right past the third baseman.
Yeah, he's been on base twice. He walked in the second, and he doubled his last time up. Actually, in the second, that was when Calvary batted around.
It's only the third inning, Richard.
No,
I'm just saying it's only the third inning. You're acting like the second was a couple innings ago.
He's been up twice.
Already in 3 innings.
In the second inning.
Oh, he batted twice in the second inning.
He batted twice in the second inning.
He was one of a few players that did that. Hey, I'll say this, and there's strike 1. If you're going to give up Bailey Thorne home run, you rather, like you said, Richard, give it up when it's nobody on, opposed to bases loaded, 2 people on. And there's strike 2.
Those back-to-back curves for Fletcher Heacock, and he's got a nice curve ball. I think Hokut was just taking those pitches. Now he's got to protect with 2 strikes.
And looked like a curveball that didn't curve in enough.
Yeah, just missed the plate. Good patience by Liam Hokut to not go after that pitch. You know, he's got a 2-2 count.
And that one's a swing and a miss for Hokut. Calvary does put 2 more on the board. We're going to head to the top of the 4th. It's all Knights here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $9,750 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to Calvary Christian High School. Top of the fourth inning, Calvary on top 13-0 over Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. And Will Miller coming up to the plate for the Saints. He grounded out to the shortstop in the first inning. Carson Ward on to pitch the fourth. He's got 3 scoreless innings so far and 4 strikeouts. A couple of hits and a walk. Ward from the wind delivers the first pitch to Miller in there for strike 1. We will play game 2 approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game here in the GAPPS quarterfinals. The 0-1 curveball swung on a miss, strike 2. And he is ahead of the count to the batter, Will Miller, the center fielder. The 0-2, strike 3, got him on the outside corner. Read him up, that's 5 strikeouts for Carson Ward. And with 1 out, Jackson Walker will be the batter. He is 0 for 1, popped out to the first baseman. Walker on the season batting .303 with 3 triples, 2 doubles, and 10 RBI. As we are here in the 4th inning. There's the pitch. That's in there. Strike 1. Carson Ward delivers. The 0-1. Curve, check swing. Did he go around? No, he did not. Ball 1. Ward gets the sign from Cordero. From the wind, the 1-1. Fastball, strike 2, inside corner. And now he's ahead of the batter, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here with 1 out, top of the 4th inning. Ward, the 1-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. He got him on the curve. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 4th. And Fletcher Heacock is coming up. So Heacock on the season batting .233 with 2 doubles and 4 RBIs. He is the starting pitcher for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. First pitch, swung on a miss, strike 1. So the Saints from Johnson Ferry Christian Academy out of Marietta. They're in the same region with the Kings Academy out of Woodstock, Cherokee Christian out of Canton. The 0-1 curve, got him right on the inside corner. It's 0-2. Ward from the wind, the 0-2. And that is popped up. Is it playable? Trying to get it. Morrison. That's going to be foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Like the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holderidge. Game 1 of the GAPPS 2A quarterfinal here at Calvary Christian. Just an absolute gorgeous day for baseball, and we have got a packed crowd here at Calvary. Ward, the wind, the 0-2, and that is a gapper into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. That was a good hit by Fletcher Heacock. A 2-out single. Hit it off the end of the bat, and it just fell right into shallow right field. So coming up to the plate now is Dylan Harris, who grounded out to the first baseman unassisted to end the second. He is 0 for 1. Top of the 4th inning, Calvary leading Johnson Ferry Christian 13-0. There's the first pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Ward has got an 0-1 count to the batter, Dylan Harris. Ward from the stretch. The 0-1 curve just missed. Ball 1-1-1. Harris on the season batting .207 with 6 RBIs. Two outs. Heacock at first. Ward from the stretch. The 1-1. It's outside ball 2. So in the bottom of the 4th, Calvary will have the number 8, number 9 hitters, and they'll have the top of the lineup. Ward from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3. There's a throw down to first. Did he get him? No, very close. But Joel Cordero saw that Heacock was napping over at first. He had a big jump, and he was trying to get him with a pickoff throw to first. It's a hitter's count to Dylan Harris. Here with 2 outs. Ward from the stretch. And the pitch to Harris. That is strike 2. And Harris thought he thought it was ball 4. He was trotting to first base, and the umpire rings him up that runs the count full. Carson Ward trying to get out of this inning. From the stretch. Ward, the payoff pitch. Strike 3, got him on the outside corner. And Carson Ward, 4 scoreless innings. Johnson Ferry Christian Academy strands a runner. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's Calvary 13, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy nothing, as we'll be back here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Richard, great job there in the top half of the fourth. Richard will be the play-by-play announcer with me chiming in the second game. And that one's one pitch, one out. And up the bat, though, was Case Charles. Excuse me, not Case Charles, Griffin Barbary. Now here comes Case Charles.
0 for 1, popped out to the second baseman. He walked in the second. By the way, Thrift, after 5, Central leads Prattville 3-1. Landon Beaver with a 2-run homer. He has driven all 3 runs in the game.
And now he's the first baseman. That one is hit right at the center fielder. So 2 pitches, 2 outs. So it is not 12 after 4. It's got to be 15 after 4, 10 after 5. So either way, that top half of that fifth will probably be the last opportunity that they will have. Top of the lineup, though, Cam Houston's up. Houston is 0 for 1 on the day. He's walked the past 2 times.
He does have an RBI and a stolen base. Yeah, it's looking like Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is got 3 outs to go in the top of the fifth to try to extend this game.
And we will have an interview with Coach Steve Smith, a player of the series, after Game 2, like we did last night with Coach Fanning. We won't interview them after each game.
Oh, that got close. Did it hit him? Yes, it did.
I don't know if that hit him, but I don't. Is the rule if you throw it at someone's head, it's a automatic first base?
That's what I'm wondering too.
Because that's the second time that something like that's happened. So maybe we can find out with Coach Smith after the game.
By the way, last night Tyler Sykes almost had a no-hitter,
and then you jinxed it. No, you
did not jinx it.
But it was the last second to last batter.
He was 1 strike away from a no-hitter.
McCrane, he came on. He struggled there in those first couple innings with his command, but 12-3, Glenwood won the second game, won 9-0 the first, and so now they're going to face off against the team they played in the state championship last year in the semifinal, Macon East. And guess where you're going to find that next Wednesday?
On Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
So we can't wait for that. Ooh, right off the top of the build of the umpire.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's okay.
Well, Joel Cordero's had a great game so far. He is 1 for 2, a double, a sacrifice, ground out, 3 RBIs. And he's also been really doing work behind the plate with that tag out when Noah Strickland had that rocket to get what looked like it looked like it was going to be a run for Johnson Ferry Christian, and they were able to save the shutout. Oh, what a jump.
And that one hits Cordero in the head. I mean, he's thrown a lot of pitches, Richard, and he's seen a lot of at-bats.
Yeah, and I think that Coach Sumney is just staying with them.
Yeah, you don't want to waste another pitcher.
No.
And you need him for the game, too, because at this point you're kind of waving the right flag without waving the right flag, saying this one's over with. Let's not waste any more pitching because we're going to need them for game 2, especially if we're going to try to take at least one game in this series.
Yeah, when you get into an elimination game, you're throwing the kitchen sink when it comes to your bullpen, and that's what they want to try to do. Got to save all those arms in the arsenal. By the way, congratulations to the Calvary Christian Middle School team winning their 6th state championship in 7 years. That played earlier today.
And there's strike one. Up the bat now is Giamona. Isaac Giamona. who's batting .333 on the season. Got about 5 games experience.
Yeah, it looks like Coach Smith is going to his bench because he's in the spot where Bailey Thorne would normally bat.
And that one's going to be in for a base hit. Nice job by Giamona. Coming around is Cam Houston. Coach Steve Smith is waving him home, and this will be run number 15. And that should be it. And that's the game. Calvary Christian wins game 1 in a run rule, 15-0. Carson Ward gets the win. He had a fantastic 4-inning shutout baseball with
6 strikeouts.
6 strikeouts.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7 strikeouts.
7 strikeouts. Only gave up 3 base hits. And Calvary wins a dominant one. Second game will start here in about 30 minutes. We're going to take a break. Great job by Calvary Christian. They lead the series 1-0, and they win this game at 15-0. It's Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll be back after this.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor. Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
was like a turquoise blue, and the other one was gray with gray and white. And it was gray and white stripes. If you find anything, let me know. I hope what you know is that it's not worth it for the world. Keep telling him, you didn't need to be here. I could have done it. He did not want to deal with his wife. It's like, I think he's tired of it. He's already here. What's wrong with him? I told him to get here by the second game. You heard me last night, like, dude. He don't like being home. He's unhappy. Anything that you do sports related, even if it's something fun, your wife's not gonna understand it. Whole family, right? It's something fun to do. It's extra money, and you enjoy it. Like right now, this is not hot. This is enjoyable. That's gonna be easy. Easy $200. Easy $200. Right. Brother, you know how many times I've had to go and you gotta have relationships with these people. Well, you don't know it. Yeah. But then Tyler would fucking hit him up. That's not okay. Because now they're going to think like, oh, you just think we're just free money. And you're telling other people to come ask money. Some people take that the wrong way.
But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely
But
right.
how does he? But he just doesn't know it. He's just never in his business.
And he's never been in the business. And like you said, you have to have the experience to kind of do it. Listen, I know people, and I'll try this summer myself to bring in more sponsors and stuff. But there's people I can just go with, just like you said, especially in the Phoenix City side. Like, hey, we're doing this. You want to, and you have to handle it in the way. You have to, to do certain things. The guy, he wasn't there, but the other guy from Pacelli, that was there the last time we did something at CSU. We did something for CSU.
Russ and Reese.
Yeah, they were
Reese,
there.
Yeah.
And he asked about you. And he was just, I was doing something for the city, but he was just glad that I showed up and got pictures and stuff at the baseball. To be honest with you, I mainly, because Mike was like, hey, they contacted him from a city perspective. So that's why we went. But
What was that?
Today. It was this afternoon from like 11 to.
The
It was
CSU thing?
Yeah, T for teammates, for the baseball team.
Oh, gotcha.
That's all it was.
Who was there for CSU? You see Appleton?
Appleton was there.
I should have came, but
Steve, they recognized the play-by-play.
Scott Miller.
Scott Miller was there,
So they're raising money.
and Ragsdale, Mr.
With
Ragsdale,
Coach Sparks?
Coach
Jay
Sparks.
Sparks, the AD?
No, he did. I would have noticed him. He wasn't there.
Remember him? You know him, right?
Yeah,
The
I know
older
him.
guy. That's the AD.
The other guy that we did the last time we went out there for the basketball team, that one gentleman, he was there. It's kind of he's from Pacelli. He went to CSU, but he's also Pacelli. I wrote with him on the. It's kind of bigger, older white man, big son. Yeah, he was
David.
there. Yeah,
So he said, hey,
yeah.
that's the guy that helps us get us money, man.
He was just happy that we were there, just coming out. Yeah. And the
Anytime
other
you
guy,
go-
from, and the other guy
Listen,
from
you got
Pacelli.
access from Facebook. Anytime you do stuff like that,
I can see the pictures I took today.
I mean, I'm saying when you get
I
there,
didn't
you
think
should
you
just go put it on the Facebook page, just share
You
it.
know what? I didn't. I
You
really,
know what I mean?
I didn't.
Because we got to do social media, and you got access to it. Let's just take a quick picture, put on a story.
You're absolutely right. Because here's the thing. At first, I wasn't sure. I thought I didn't. If I know it was that,
Sucking Mike. Oh, you got stay tuned for game 2. Nice.
I'll run the commercials in between. Oh yeah, let me finish this. Let me make a birthday cake for him. It's his birthday, right?
Yeah, when we do an interview, that'd be pretty funny.
Oh, this is a good one.
Where the fuck is Richard?
He went down to go get the roster. He must be talking to the coach.
I'm actually talking to Steve.
I got the mic. We can do an interview. That's not a problem.
Nah. Yeah, definitely afterwards.
Yeah.
Let me see. The one in the ass, Steve, about that.
Yes. That's a big thing.
Yeah, ask him about the almost getting hit in the head, like the walking thing. Is that something? See what that is. You know what I'm talking about? Remember when the kids, they didn't get hit in the head, it wasn't ball 4, but he gave them the base? Ask about that. All right, bye. Bless you. Bless you. What's up, everyone? Thrift Behringer. We got Chris Gates, the producer extraordinaire for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard is getting the Game 2 lineup card as Calvary won Game 1 of their first round matchup against Johnson Ferry. Game 2 coming up next. Go to Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the...
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're about to start game 2 of this first-round GAPPS matchup between Calvary Christian Academy and Calvary Christian. Calvary won the first one 15-0, and now to do game 2, we're going to send it over to Rich Holdridge. Richard, you got to clear some air here before we get started, don't you?
Thanks, Thrift. Well, we got game 2 coming up, and the starting lineups. The Calvary Christian Knights are going to be the road team. Leading things off is Cam Houston playing short. The starting pitcher is Bailey Thorne batting second, Bryson Brook left. Noah Strickland, the right fielder, batting fourth. Jackson Kennedy behind the plate batting fifth. Levi Carroll, the designated hitter, batting sixth. Nate Osborne batting seventh and playing third base is the first baseman. Number 8 and number 9 is Charles. Johnson Academy, Will Tucker is the leadoff here. Batting second is Kai Neely, the shortstop. Will, the third hitter, playing center field. Jackson Walker is on the mound for the Saints and in the cleanup spot. Fletcher Heacock is the third baseman, batting fifth. Dylan Harris batting sixth in right field. Zachary Grayson is the catcher, batting eighth. The left fielder, Wolf City, and batting ninth. The first, it's Crew, and not Braxton Crew, who is his younger brother. He is a seventh grader. I apologize. Thought that it was.
Well, in your defense.
In my defense, I'm looking down the roster, and it's
because
says,
of the way Max Preps. We were looking at the stat. The way Max Preps has it set up. They don't put the first name. It's first initial and then last name. And we saw B Crew and then assumed that was him, and then saw seventh grade. Well, there's two B Crews. There's Crew and Brooks Crew. Brooks came up here and was like, "Hey man, I just want to let you know I'm not in seventh grade." So he laughed it off. We appreciate him coming up. So thank you for being a good sport about
Absolutely.
that. We appreciate all the Johnson Ferry fans that are out there watching. We appreciate it. We're Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and we appreciate you joining us and being a part of our broadcast. Calvary is trying to head to the second semifinals, not the second round. I guess you can call it the second round, the semifinals, and they won that first one 15-0.
By the way, bottom of the fourth inning, Troup County is leading Shaw, and that's about 5 minutes down the road. Big shout out to Tyler Redmond from WRBL, who actually joined us here, did a little play-by-play, and did a great job. And then Central won game 1 over Prattville 3-1. Jack Patterson from WRBL is over there. So as we get ready for game 2, we've got a fantastic pitching match. Bailey Thorne for Calvary Christian, Jackson Walker for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. And Jackson Walker with a 2.45 earned run average, 1-0 on the season. This is his 11th appearance. He has the most innings pitched. So he's pitched 34 innings. So he has really been the workhorse for the Saints. And then, of course, Bailey Thorne. He is on the mound trying to close this game out. His stats on the year, a 1.12 earned run average, 3-1 on the season. This is only his 6th appearance. Bailey Thorne has not really been utilized as much as he was last year. Remember, Brock Tumlin and Bailey Thorne were the number 1 and number 2 starters for Coach Smith and the Calvary Knights. But Bailey Thorne is going to take the mound for game 2, trying to close this out and advance to the GAPPS semifinals. So Jackson Walker on the mound as we get ready for game 2 here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Like you mentioned, Calvary Christian won the first game 15-0 after 4 innings. So I did get confirmation. It is 15 after 3, and it is 10 after 5. That's the GAPPS rules. The GHSA is a little bit different. They have 12 after 4. As Calvary Christian having a lot of confidence taking game 1 of the series as we get ready to start things here And Cam Houston is leading things off for the Calvary Christian Knights. He was 0 for 1 with an RBI in the first game. He walked twice and was hit by a pitch. Coming into this game, Houston batting .361, 3 home runs and 22 RBIs on the season. As we get ready, we are underway. Walker's first pitch to Houston is outside for a ball. Walker delivers. The 1-0. That catches the corner for a strike, 1-1. Walker from the wind. The 1-1. And it's popped up. Shallow right field, camped underneath it is the right fielder, Dylan Harris, and makes the grab for the first out. And now here comes Bailey Thorne. He's got 13 home runs on the season. He had an incredible game as he had a double, a home run, 3 RBIs, stepping into the plate with the bases empty. Walker's first pitch to Thorne is outside for a ball, 1-0. Bailey Thorne hit 16 home runs last season. The 0-1 thought about it, but he lays it off. And it is ball 2. The 2-0, high fly ball. Underneath it, the center fielder, Will Miller, makes the catch for the second out. So Bryson Brooks coming up to the plate. Brooks on this season batting .328 with 2 home runs and 14 RBIs. Jackson's first pitch to Brooks is a curveball that just did not break, and it is inside for a ball. Brooks went 1 for 2 with a run scored, a walk, a single, an RBI. The cleanup hitter steps into the batter's box. Remember, Calvary is the road team here for game 2. And then they'll switch back to the home team if there is a game 3 if necessary. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Jackson Walker, the game 2 starting pitcher for the Saints out of Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. The 1-1, that catches the outside corner for a strike, 1-2. Led by their head coach Lee Sumney out of Marietta, Georgia. They play in Region 1 of the GAPPS, and that curve is high and away for ball 2. In the same region with the Keens Academy, Cherokee Christian. Up there in the North Metro Atlanta area in Marietta. The 2-0 to Brooks. There's a curve that is outside, and it's 3-0. So Bryson Brooks with 2 outs, being patient at the plate. Probably not going to swing at this pitch. The 3-0. And that is inside, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Bryson Brooks with 2 outs. And now Noah Strickland is coming up. Strickland batting .377, a triple, 2 doubles, and 17 RBIs. Strickland was 0 for 2 in game 1. But he was known for his incredible throw to the plate that kept the shutout going. He had a rocket from center field in game 1. Walker, and that is roped into right field for a base hit. That's going to be a gapper. And rounding third, and he's going to round home is Bryson Brooks, and he slides, and that's the first run of the game for the Calvary Christian Knights. A 2-out RBI single for Noah Strickland, and Calvary leads 1-0. And here comes the catcher, Jackson Kennedy. Seeing his first action of the series. As Kennedy this is only his 16th at bat. He has not had a lot of playing time as he's the backup catcher. First swing and a miss. Jackson Walker starts him off with a strike. Walker from the stretch. Bryson Brooks at first. He's just going to keep the runner honest. Just trying to hold the runner at bay. Runner goes. Pitch is inside. The throw to second. Got him. Tagged him out at second, and that's how the inning ends. But not before Calvary gets on the board. As we go to the bottom of the first inning, it's Calvary 1, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy nothing. We'll be back here on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
Back here at Calvary Christian, bottom of the first inning, as Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is leading things off. Will Tucker, the batter. On the mound for the Calvary Christian Knights is Bailey Thorne, a 112 earned run average, 3-1 record. This is his 6th appearance. And Bailey Thorne has pitched in 25 innings. And Will Tucker.
Which is surprising.
Yeah, it is. He was one of their top pitchers last year. Like I mentioned, him and Brock Tumlin were the number 1 and number 2 starters. Yeah, I apologize, Brock, if I did not mean to butcher your name, but I do remember those were the number 1 and number 2 starters from the championship run last year. That is in the dirt for ball 2 to Will Tucker, who he actually went 1 for 2. And he had a single. Almost had an RBI, but that was the play where Noah Strickland just threw a rocket to get the runner out that saved the shutout. There's a 3-0. That is in there for a strike, 3-1. Will Tucker batting .235 on the year with a triple, a double, and 1 RBI. And that catches the corner for strike 2, and that runs the count full on the leadoff hitter, Will Tucker. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on a miss, strike three. And the sound effect of the laser from the PA announcer for the first out. Love those sound effects. The broken glass, the car alarm, the laser. They just get creative with those sound effects. Now Kai Neely, the batter, ground ball right to Bailey Thorne. Pick is up, throw to first. 1-3 on the put out, and just like that, 2 quick outs here in the first. And now Will Miller, the batter. He leads the team with a .368 batting average. He's got 4 doubles. And also leads the team with 14 hits, 9 runs scored. But the bases are empty with 2 outs, and Bailey Thorne's first pitch, that is in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Johnson Ferry Christian Academy, 6-11 on the season. They were 1-5 in their region. Making that trip all the way from Marietta, Georgia, approximately 2 hours away. Good command on the fastball for Bailey Thorne. The wind, the delivery, foul back, and luckily that screen was there, but that really shook up some of the players. That hit the screen. A little caught off guard, but that was definitely just a wake-up call, and they're like, okay, I'm up. It's a 1-2 count. Thorne winds, delivers, the pitch in the dirt, outside, 2-2. There's the 2-2. That's in the dirt. It runs the count full. Will Miller was 0 for 2 in game 1. The number 3 hitter with Jackson Walker on deck, the cleanup hitter. And we've got quite a crowd here at Calvary. This is the 3rd Calvary game, now the 4th Calvary game that we've done in the past week. There's the payoff pitch. That's in the dirt, ball 4. So Will Miller is aboard with a 2-out walk. And Jackson Walker is coming up to the plate. He's batting .303 on the season, 3 triples, 10 RBIs. He's got 11 runs. And here with a chance to try to do some damage here in the first. There's a curve that is in there for a strike, and the umpire was a little delayed on that call, but he rings him up on the outside corner, 0-1. There's a throwback to first. So Jackson Walker was 0 for 2 in game 1, a pop out, and he struck out. He was one of Carson Ward's 7 strikeout victims. The 0-1 inside, it's 1-1. Thorne working from the stretch. The 1-1 pitch, and there's a chopper right to the 3rd baseman. Osborne throws to first in time, and Johnson Ferry strands a runner. We've played 1 here at Calvary. It's the Knights 1, the Saints nothing. We'll be back. This is the GAPPS quarterfinal on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Top of the second inning, Jackson Kennedy leading things off for Calvary, up 1-0 here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Game 2 of the GAPPS 2A quarterfinals. The winner advances to the semifinals, and Calvary took game 1, 15-0 after 4. There's a curve, it's high and upstairs. As the pitcher, Jackson Walker, on to pitch the second to the leadoff hitter, Jackson Kennedy. There's the 1-0, and that is in there for a strike. Catches the outside corner. Kennedy is a sophomore. This is only his 11th game on the season. But the future does look bright for the sophomore, and that's what Coach Smith has. He's got a mixture of veteran players, young players, and they're definitely poised as they make that transition to the GIAA next year. That is high and away for a ball, and it runs the count to a hitter's count, 3 balls and 1 strike. There's the 3-1, and that is in the dirt, ball 4, and so a leadoff walk to Jackson Kennedy, and just like the second inning from the first game, Calvary starts it off with a walk, and they are hoping that that could be the kickstarter to try to have another big inning. And Levi Carroll is the batter. This is his first appearance in this game. Levi Carroll, this is only his 15th appearance on the season. And runner goes. There's a throw down to second, and a good jump on a stolen base for Jackson Kennedy. So a good job in being aggressive on the base paths. They got thrown out in the first inning, but they were able to get a stolen base. And that is going to be a 1-0 count to Levi Carroll, the lefty, and he fouls one back, 1-1. One thing about this Calvary Christian Knights team, they do have a lot of depth. They got some new starters in here for game 2. I mean, they've really had some players that have stepped up, and including a pinch hit by Giamona in the last game as that is fouled back to the screen, and it's a 1-2 count. Walker checks the runner at second. And the pitch to the plate, it is high and outside. It evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's a 2-2, check swing. Did he go around? No, that runs the count full.
I thought they was going to get a. He was going to point
I
down.
thought he was going to ring him up, yeah.
Either ring him up or I thought he was going to get some help. The umpire.
Walker. And he thought about committing to the plate, and he steps off the rubber. Walker from the stretch. Checks Kennedy. Payoff pitch, and that is inside, ball 4. So back-to-back walks for Jackson Walker. And now here comes Nate Osborne. Osborne. This is his first appearance of the series. He is only a sophomore. He has only had 2 official at-bats. He has 3 plate appearances, yet to get a hit, but this is his 4th game that he's played all season. Swing and a miss. Oh, and 1 count. No outs, runners at first and second here in the top of the second. And there's a little blooper to center, and that's going to fall for a base hit, or they try to get the tag out at third, and it's going to be safe. So the runners smartly made sure they go halfway, because that could have easily been a put out by the center fielder, Will Miller, but he let it fall in front of him, and now the bases are loaded with Peyton Morrison coming up.
This is how it happened last game in that second inning.
Absolutely.
Peacock was doing good, and then just the leadoff walk led to multiple hits, and now just like that, tough play, miscommunication between shortstop and center and the second baseman, and now you got the bases loaded, no outs for Morrison.
Walker pitch, and Morrison in on the fist, fouls it back. So Peyton Morrison, he was the defensive player in the first game. He was playing first base. He's in the lineup today. Had a great game against Northside. He hit 2 home runs in that game. And there's a line drive that's going to go right to the shortstop, Neely. He bobbles it. And everybody's safe. And a run will score, and it is 2-0.
The last thing you want to do against a lineup like Calvary's is give them runs. And when you make errors like that and just put yourself in bad position, and then you get guys like Case, who is a fantastic leader for this team. We talked to him at the beginning of the season.
Absolutely. Case Charles is in this game. In game 1, he was 0 for 2 with a walk, and he's got the bases loaded here, and that's outside for a ball. It's a 2-0 count. And then we got the top of the order coming up for Calvary. Like you mentioned, Thrift, this is where their big inning, where they batted around almost twice in that second inning in the first game. The 2-0, and that gets by the catcher, and here comes the runner. He's going, and he's safe. He slides in, and Calvary leads 3-0. Levi Carroll got a good break as he saw the passed ball get behind the catcher, Zachary Grayson, and Levi Carroll scores the third run. It's now 3-0.
And then you got the top of the lineup coming up, no outs, Richard.
Yeah, now with first base open. I mean, Jackson Walker has just got to focus on the hitter. Already surrendering 3 runs here in the second. As this is an elimination game for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. Calvary won the first game 15-0 after 4 innings. Jackson Walker, he's going to go from the full windup, the 2-1, and that's a little blooper. And that looks like it's going to fall for a base hit into center field. 1 run will score. That's an overthrow, and Case Charles will have second base. That runner at third is going to stay put. And now it is 4-0.
By the way, just want to mention, we didn't say it in the first game, the middle school won their 7th state championship. Richard, maybe you did mention that first game. Just want to mention again, Calvary Middle School right before this game won their 7th state championship. And
congratulations.
That's where it starts. That's why it's a program that is just on another level. It's from the bottom up. And the middle school is just going to be an influx of players in the next few years going to the high school level, already knowing the system, already winning games, understanding what Coach Smith wants from them. And this is why you're seeing a team like Calvary winning state championship after state championship.
And Cam Houston, the batter, and that almost hit him as he had to duck out of the way. It's ball 2. Houston popped out to right fielder his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Here's the 2-0, and that's a high fly ball, and that is going to be foul. And it hits the green tint where the entrance is to the ballpark. It's a 2-1 count. Walker, the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. A little early on that swing. Houston really wanted that. He's got a golden opportunity here with runners in scoring position. Still with no outs. Bailey Thorne on deck. Here's the 2-2 inside. It runs the count full. Houston, payoff pitch, and that is fouled away out of play. Cam Houston came into this contest with a .361 batting average. 3 home runs and 22 runs batted in. Payoff pitch, and there's a high fly ball. Center field. Will Miller makes the catch. The runner will tag. There's the throw to the cutoff man, and there will be a run scored. And Calvary Christian now leads 5-0. So with 1 out and a runner at third, Bailey Thorne is coming up. Flied out to the center fielder his first time up. Walker's first pitch to Thorne. High fly ball. Left field. Going back. Way back. It is out of here. Bailey Thorne with a 2-run shot. And it is 7-0 Calvary.
I mean, Richard, you gave everything you had on that call, man. Hey, Bailey, you won't get a better and more excited home run call in your history of playing baseball. But great call, and, man, as soon as it left the bat, Richard,
we knew
that
it
one was gone.
When you know it's gone, you got to work it. You got to really work the call. Bryson Brooks coming up. This is very similar to the second inning of the first game.
He got all of that one, Richard.
Yeah, that's the second home run of the series.
And Brooks hits that one out of play. Yeah, Thorne, that one landed on the practice field back there.
And that is his 13th home run of the season. He had 16 last year. Remember, they keep track of the stats in the playoffs in case it's a running tally.
That's 13 now this year.
13, yeah. 16 last year, 13 this year. I know he wants to try to break that record. He's got an opportunity to do that. Especially, we got playoff baseball. It's an 0-2 count to Bryson Brooks, who walked his first time up. There's the 0-2, and that hit him.
No, I think
no, it hit the bat.
Yeah,
oh,
the end of the bat.
It did. It looked like it hit him, but if it hits any part of the bat, it's a foul ball. Even if it hits the batter. So that's something to watch out for. Good call there. Still an 0-2 count. Jackson Walker delivers. That pitch is outside for a ball, 1-2. Top of the 6th inning, Troup County is leading Shaw 4-0. That is low in the dirt for ball 2. And we want to see Shaw do good, but Troup County is also in the Chattahoochee Valley. Coach Tanner Glisson does a great job with the Troup County Tigers. Also the football coach. There's the 2-0, and that is outside for a ball. So 2 years ago, Troup County had an incredible run in the playoffs. They had at least 3 elimination games, and they made a run all the way to the semifinals. There's the 3-0 to Bryson Brooks, and that's in the gap. That's going to be gone! So that looked like it was a gapper, but that cleared the fence, and that is a solo home run for Bryson Brooks. Back-to-back home runs. And Calvary now leads 8-0. Touch 'em all, Bryson. All right, Noah Strickland will be the batter. Singled his first time up. 1 out. Showing bunt, lays down a beauty. But here comes Walker, the underhand to first for the out. So that will bring up Jackson Kennedy. He does not have an official at bat. He walked to start the second. Well, they actually batted around, so he's
he walked this. He's the one that started this.
This is the second inning. He's back leading. He's got a walk. So top of the order here in this inning, and a swing and a miss for strike 1. Yeah, so they batted around in the second in the first game. They've batted around here in the second game. The 0-1, there's a changeup inside. 1-1 count. Walker. It's popped up. Playable? No, that is going to hit the netting, and it's going to be a foul. It's 1-2. I'll tell you, these dugouts are extended out into the foul territory. There's not a whole lot of room. Just the way that this baseball field is constructed, the dugout actually comes out, and there's plenty of room behind home plate. And sometimes you have room to catch those foul balls, and sometimes the dugout's in the way. Oh, there's a line drive into left field, and that is going to be a 2-out base hit for Jackson Kennedy. As we continue to bat around here in the second, Levi Carroll coming up to the plate. He walked in this inning, and this is his second at bat here in the second. See if Calvary could just continue to get a 2-out rally going. Runner goes, and that is popped up out of play. Hit and run in play for Calvary. Being aggressive here in the second inning, up 8-0, as they try to close out this game and advance to the GAPPS 2A semifinals, which will take place next week. Runner goes. Thought about it, the throw down, and a slide into second, and a stolen base for Jackson Kennedy. And that is his second steal of the game. When he walked, he stole a base. He's the type of player, when he gets on, he wants to try to steal. But now he is in scoring position. Levi Carroll faced with a 1-1, and it is outside for a ball, 2-1. Walker, 2-1 pitch, high and upstairs. Hitters count, 3-1 to the designator, Levi Carroll. Walker's 3-1 pitch, and that is high, ball 4. So Calvary with runners at first and second, and they continue to bat around here in the second. Nate Osborne, who got a single and an RBI his first time up. He's 1 for 1. As the inning continues. First pitch to Osborne. That just missed for ball 1. Walker, and that is popped up. That's right in front of a fan, right by the fence, and got himself a souvenir. And he holds it up, and it's going to be 1-1. There's the pitch to Osborne outside for a ball, 2-1. Walker's pitch, breaking ball, high and upstairs. It's 3-1. Got Peyton Morrison on deck for the Calvary Christian Knights, trying to close out this game 2. 3-1 pitch, and that is inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Peyton Morrison coming up. He reached on an error. It's like a tailor-made out that was bobbled by the shortstop. So he is 0 for 1. But Peyton Morrison has an opportunity to get some more runs here in the second inning. Remember, Calvary is the road team in game 2. So Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is the home team. And if there is a game 3, Calvary will switch back to being the home team. Jackson Walker. First pitch to Morrison, and that is fouled back to the fence. 0-1. Got Case Charles on deck as Calvary is already batted around in this inning. Trying to do more damage. The 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Ahead of the count is Jackson Walker, just trying to get out of this inning. Already surrendering 8 runs in this second inning. The 0-2 pitch to Morrison, swung on a miss, strike 3, but not before the damage was done. Calvary strands the bases loaded, but they put up 8 runs on the board, including back-to-back homers by Bailey Thorne and Bryson Brooks. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, it's Calvary 8, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy nothing.
And by the way, that's a pretty good present for Coach Steve Smith. That's 23 runs in, 6 innings of baseball?
Incredible. All right, we'll be back here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $9,750 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to Calvary Christian High School as Calvary batted around almost twice in that second inning. As that first pitch is swung on and missed by the batter, Fletcher Heacock. Leading things off in the second. Bailey Thorne's pitch is swung on and missed again for strike 2. And it's an 0-2 count to the third baseman, Fletcher Heacock, who bats .233 on the year with 2 doubles. And a swing and a miss. It gets by the catcher. Kennedy throws it to first for the out. It'll be a strikeout. Second strikeout of the game for Bailey Thorne. And now Dylan Harris is coming up. The junior is batting .207 with 6 RBIs. He was 0 for 2 in the first game. First pitch, and there's big fastball that's low in the dirt, and the delivery on Bailey Thorne's pitch. You know, you got the players with the radar gun down below, and that was bringing some heat. That was a check swing foul, and look out. Got to have your head on a swivel with your standing right next to the fence. And that's strike 1. It's 1-1. As we try to get an update on Shaw, they are trailing against Troup County. That's a winner-take-all game, game 3. Central did defeat Prattville 3-1 in the first game. We'll try to get a score update in the second game. The 1-1 pitch inside, 2-1. To the right fielder, Dylan Harris. The 2-1 pitch, curve, just missed the plate. And it runs the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Thorne, 3-1. Fastball, low, ball 4. And a one-out walk to Dylan Harris. That's the second walk issued by Bailey Thorne. And Zachary Grayson is coming up to the plate. Grayson, who's a freshman, batting .250 with 7 RBIs. Grayson in the first game only had one official at bat where he walked. That is in the dirt for a ball. It's a 1-0 count. Thorne working from the stretch. The 1-0 to the plate. That is low, ball 2. Thorne's 2-0 pitch. That is outside. Ball 3 to Zachary Grayson. Top of the 6th inning, Troup County leads Shaw 7-0. Big shout out to WRBL's Tyler Redmond for giving the score updates. As that is in there, runs the count full. Actually, no, it's 3-1 on Zachary Grayson. Throw back to first, just keeping Dylan Harris honest. Not sure if he's a threat to run, but you're down 8-0. They got to find a way to claw their way back into this game. And if you got to be aggressive on the base paths, that's what you got to do. 3-1, and there's a ground ball, and that's going to be into left field for a base hit. And trying to get that, it was just out of the reach of the shortstop, Cam Houston. And that is going to be the first hit of the game for the Saints. So with 2 runners on, Wolf Sisti is the batter. Sisti batting 182 on the season with a double and 2 RBIs. 0 for 1 in game 1. He struck out. Thorne's first pitch, and that catches the corner for a strike, 0-1. Calvary a double play depth with 1 out. They would love to try to get a double play here in the threat. That gets behind the catcher, and the runners will advance. So that takes away the double play. And now Bailey Thorne has just got to focus on the batter. And Coach Smith is going to come out and have a conversation with his pitcher. Want to remind you that you are watching us on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Please like the Facebook page and subscribe to the YouTube channel, as we have not only covered high school sporting events, but also college events, and we just continue grinding and covering the local coverage here in the Chattahoochee Valley. Bailey Thorne, the 1-1 high and upstairs to Wolf Sisti, with Brooks Crew on deck. There's the 2-1, and that is foul tipped. Like it might have hit him on the cleat. But that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a gorgeous day for baseball. I mean, we do have a little overcasted clouds, but the fans have packed this place. They've been here since 2 because they were watching the middle school team win a championship 6 and 7 years. Swung on and miss for a strike 3. Foul tip in the catcher's glove, and the 3rd strikeout for Bailey Thorne. So with 2 down, Brooks Crew will be the batter, and Brooks Crew is batting .091 with a double. He is a senior. Remember, his brother is the freshman, Braxton Crew. He's a number 9 hitter, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Bottom of the 2nd inning, Calvary leading Johnson Ferry Christian Academy 8-0. Bailey Thorne's pitch is outside for a ball. It's a 2-1 count. Got the top of the order coming up for the Saints. Thorne's 2-1 pitch. And that catches the outside corner for strike 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Thorne working the stretch. The 2-2 pitch fouled back to the screen, and we will do it again. As Cruz staying alive. This is the final year in the GAPPS for Calvary Christian as they make that transition to the GIAA for the 24-25 school year. There's the 2-2, swung on a miss, strike 3, and Johnson Ferry strands 2 runners, and Bailey Thorne gets out of a jam. We've played 2 here at Calvary. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. It's Calvary 8, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy 0.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Top of the 3rd inning we go. Calvary up 8-0 in Game 2 of the GAPPS 2A semifinal. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Thrip Behringer, Richard Holdridge, Case Charles leading things off. He is 1 for 1 with a single in this game. And the pitcher, Jackson Walker, on to pitch the 3rd. Walker's first pitch to Charles is in the dirt and outside for a ball. They are underway in Carolina as Columbus River Dragons and the Carolina Thunderbirds are facing off right now, and it is scoreless. As Walker's pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. The Atlanta Braves are trailing the Cleveland Guardians 1-0 in their game. That is outside for a ball. By the way, 7:22 left to go in the 4th. The Pacers leading the Bucks 96-95. As that pitch is outside, ball 3. And also rounds 2 and 3 are underway for the NFL draft. There's the 3-1 pitch to Case Charles. Breaking ball swung on a miss. That runs the count full. As Jackson Walker took something off it and Case Charles was a little bit early on that. Now it's a 3 balls and 2 strikes count. Jackson Walker, payoff pitch, and it is popped up underneath it. Grabbing it, getting ready, and Will Miller will make the catch for the first out. And so that will bring the leadoff hitter for the Calvary Christian Knights, Cam Houston. He's got an official at bat. He's 0 for 1 with a sac fly and an RBI. Playing shortstop today. First pitch to Cam Houston. There's a ground ball right to the shortstop, Neely. And he bobbles it, and that is going to be an error on the shortstop. So Bailey Thorne coming up to the plate. Last time he was up, hit a 2-run blast into left field for his 13th home run of the season. Now he's got a runner on. Runner goes, swung on a miss, and that's going to be a stolen base for Cam Houston. It's an 0-1 count to Bailey Thorne, one of the top hitters in the state of Georgia in all classifications. The 0-1 is outside 1-1. And he's batting .459. That average has definitely gone up. 13 home runs. He's got 54 RBIs, 13 doubles. There's a ground ball right to the third baseman. The throw, and it's over the head of the first baseman. And Cam Houston, he's going to end up scoring on the wild pitch, and it is now 9-0. That's going to be an error on the third baseman, Fletcher Heacock. So back-to-back errors. And Bailey Thorne is going to get second base on the wild pitch, on the wild throw. And Calvary Christian now leads 9-0.
That definitely sailed on him, didn't it, Rick?
It really did. That was too high out of the reach of the first baseman, Brooks Crew. And now Bryson Brooks, well, he hit a home run his last time up. It looked like it was a gapper, but it actually cleared the fence. That pitch is high and upstairs for a ball. And looking at the stats on Bryson Brooks, that's his 3rd home run of the season. He's batting .328. That average has definitely gone up. And there's a high fly ball left field, and the left fielder, Will Sisti, tried to make the play. It goes all the way to the fence. Bailey Thorne is just going to trot home and score. It's now 10-0. And Bryson Brooks with a double. And now Noah Strickland will be the batter. 1 for 2 in the game. So if the score holds, Calvary will definitely play to 5 innings, as the 10-run rule will be in effect. But they would like to do some more damage here in the 3rd.
We did find out it's 15 after 3 and
Right.
4, 10 after 5 and 6. And obviously 7th inning, it's over.
Exactly. Jackson Walker to the plate. Noah Strickland takes a ball. It's a 2-0 count.
If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, like, and do vice versa.
That gets behind the catcher. The Columbus River Dragons lead Carolina 1-0 in the first period.
Let's go, Dragons!
You,
Shout out to
you
Dana
would
Barker.
yeah, you filled in for PA announcer back in, 2019?
Yes, I did.
That had to have been a lot of fun. That was their inaugural season, by the way. And that pitch is outside for a ball. And really, Columbus, and that's going to be a walk, Columbus was starving for hockey when the Cottonmouths left in 2019. There was a 2-year period where it was just
2017.
2017, rather. It was a 2-year period where there was an empty void. Jackson Kennedy, the batter, he's been on base twice, a walk and a single, also with 2 stolen bases. That has popped up, and that is going to be out of reach as that hits the concession stand and the dugout, and that's going to go out of play for strike 1. So we talked about how important that game is for the River Dragons to take game 1, because then they'd be playing with house money. They're having games 2 and 3 at home. The 0-1, and that is away for a ball. 1-1. Jackson Walker, the 1-1 pitch. That gets behind the catcher, and both runners will advance. And now they're both in scoring position with 1 out. And it is a 3-1 count. Jackson Walker, 3-1. And that gets behind, actually was ball 2. The runner is going to score, and it's now 11-0. It got past the catcher, and in to score is Bryson Brooks, and now Calvary leads 11-0. So that was a 2-1 count. It's now ball 3. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. But now Calvary's got a runner at third. There's a breaking ball in there for strike 2. It runs the count full. So the Falcons get Rook Orohuro from Clemson.
Yeah, the defensive end, 6'4"
Defensive
defensive
end.
end.
Yeah. And that is low, ball 4. Well, I mean, they needed a pass rusher. I thought they were going to get Dallas Turner with the 8th pick. But, you know, Clemson does a great job developing defensive ends. And all right, we're going to have a new pitcher. We're going to break here. Top of the 3rd inning. It's 11-0 here in Game 2 of the GAPPS quarterfinals. We'll be back on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back here to Calvary Christian. Top of the 3rd inning as Calvary leads Johnson Ferry Christian Academy 11-0. The new pitcher for the Saints is Connor Cardinal, as this is his 3rd appearance. He has only pitched in 2 2/3 innings. As we are live here on Facebook and on YouTube, Georgia Alabama Sports Live had a huge milestone a couple of weeks ago, Thrift, 1,000 subscribers. And we also approaching our 1-year anniversary for Georgia Alabama Sports Live, as we appreciate being able to cover all these fantastic schools in and around the Chattahoochee Valley. And we appreciate the support that Calvary Christian has given us for all their sports. We called the Calvary Christian Championship football game against Skipstone Academy. We've called Calvary Christian girls and boys basketball teams. And now we're calling Calvary baseball. Called the championship game last year against Keens Academy. And we are covering Calvary in their playoff run, and up 11-0. They're trying to close out this game and advance to the GAPPS semifinals. As we appreciate you joining us here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for this Friday night. As the lights are on, as we got the sun already down, is it lighter later in the night. But here comes the batter, Levi Carroll, who does not have an official at bat. He has got 2 walks as the DH steps into the batter's box. And Cardinals, first pitch, runner goes, and he fouls it back to the screen. It's an 0-1 count. 1 down here in the third. Runners at the corners. Cardinal, the 0-1 outside, and the runner will go, and he'll have himself a stolen base, and there won't even be a throwdown by Zachary Grayson, as now Calvary has got runners in scoring position. Cardinal from the stretch. Here's the pitch. High fly ball, right field. Chasing in on it, and the center fielder makes the grab. Will Miller, the runner, would tag, and it is now 12-0. A sac fly for Levi Carroll. As Calvary just continues to do what they do, manufacture runs in timely hitting. And sometimes it takes a sacrifice fly to get the job done, and they now lead 12-0. Now Nate Osborne, who is 1 for 1, he singled in the second and walked in the second. With 2 outs, runner at second base. Cardinals' first pitch to Osborne is outside for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0, and that's hit on the fist, and that is caught by the shortstop, Kai Neely, for the third out. But not before the damage has been done, as Calvary tacks on 4 more runs here in the third. We go to the bottom of the third inning. It's Calvary 12, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy nothing, as you're watching the GAPPS quarterfinals, game 2 on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say you're ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Back here at Calvary Christian, bottom of the third inning, and the new pitcher on the mound for the Calvary Christian Knights is Andrew Seville. He takes over for Bailey Thorne, and he has got 12 insurance runs to work with, trying to shut the door on Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. And Seville, 2-0 on the season with a 5.04 earned run average. This is his 10th appearance, 16 2/3 innings on the season. We saw him in relief against Northside. We also saw him against Brookstone. He has been a reliable middle reliever for Coach Smith. And there's a check swing. Did he go around? No, he didn't. And that's going to be ball one to the leadoff hitter, Will Tucker, who struck out his first time up. He is 0 for 1. Seville from the wind. The 1-0, and that's foul back to the screen. We do have a score update. The River Dragons are leading Carolina 2-0. A goal by Alex Storjahan. Congratulations to Storgy. There's the 1-1 curve, and that catches the corner for strike two, 1-2 to Will Tucker. Seville delivers. The 1-2 pitch. Curve, and that's hit on the fist. That's going to be foul. And we will restart once again. So Troup County did defeat Shaw in the winner-take-all game. They advanced to the Sweet 16. Congratulations to Coach Tanner Glisson, the Troup County Tigers. And congratulations to Coach Shackelford on an outstanding season. So 1-2 curve, and that is inside. It's 2-2, and that is an accomplishment for the Shaw Raiders to host home playoff games in back-to-back years. They haven't done that in a decade, and Coach Howie Shackelford has built something very special at Shaw. And we had the privilege of live streaming several of their games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. The 2-0. Well, actually, no, that's a 2-2. That runs the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And so it's a 3-2 count to Will Tucker here in the bottom of the third. Payoff pitch coming, and that's up the middle, right to the shortstop. Throws it to first, and we're going to go and take a break here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back here to Calvary, and Will Tucker had injured himself on that play, but he is going to be okay. It was a ground out, but he did not leave the batter's box, and we wanted to cut to commercial. But with 1 out, Kai Neely, the batter, he's actually 0 for 1. He grounded out to the pitcher his first time up. And Seville's first pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Bottom of the third inning, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is the home team here in game 2. Calvary trying to close it out. Here's the 0-1 curve, and got him swinging on that. That was a beautiful 12-6 curveball. And it's 0-2 to Kai Neely. Neely batting .316 on the year. He's got 12 hits. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Run him up. And that is 2 outs here in the third. And Will Miller, the leading hitter for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy with a .368 batting average. Coming into this game, he walked his first time up in the first inning. First pitch to Miller is on the outside corner for a strike. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Like the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Chris Gates is going to be at CVCC tomorrow.
Chrissy on the call, baby.
There you go. Oh, that is hitting the gap,
It's hitting the gap
by
right
Will Miller. Love it. That's a 2-out single for Will Miller. Yeah, Chris, you do a fantastic job.
You're just being too nice, Richard.
No,
That's all
yeah,
you're
you-
doing. You're being too kind. I do appreciate it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do a fantastic job producing, and then sometimes you come in and clutch and step up. And Savell from the stretch, that is a pitch out.
For those that don't know, the Georgia Alabama Sports Live, we are a family. We don't just work together. We live, breathe, and love what we do. So we come in clutch when we need to. So it's not a big deal at all. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow's game. It's going to be a really good one. That's a CVCC's finishing up their regular season.
Absolutely. They're getting ready to close. And it's baseball, right? Because you did softball this
Yes,
week?
it's baseball tomorrow, and then we'll be covering the baseball team again the following Thursday, and then finishing out the softball team the next Saturday. So we got some great games with them as they finish out their regular season.
Absolutely. You want to check out some junior college baseball, Chattahoochee Valley Community College, the Pirates and Lady Pirates softball team. And it's really a great atmosphere when you got the baseball games going on and the softball games going on at the exact same time. You could just walk over to the softball field and catch a couple innings.
It's one of the best feelings when you see both teams playing and the crowds out there and how they're all into it, and it's great. And they've been a fantastic supporter of us for Georgia Alabama Sports, and we love coming out and filming their basketball games this season and their baseball games and softball.
Josh Landy, Ben Hicks, all the administrators there that have to base it for allowing us to be there, Richard.
Yeah, Jackson Walker, that's back-to-back singles for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. And as Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is just trying to get something going, down 12-0, just trying to extend this game. Fletcher Heacock is now the batter. He struck out in the second. Savell's first pitch. That catches the corner for a strike, 0-1.
Give it up to Johnson, to the Saints. They've done well, despite, I know the scores 12-0, and they did lose game 1, but to come down here and try to take on Calvary and a very tough opponent and continuous state champions, they really come out here. They've done their best. They've gotten runners on base. It just have not had the opportunity to score.
Savell checking the runner at second, the 1-1 curve, and that's fouled back to the net. And Calvary knows what's at stake here. The first round of the playoffs, trying to go for their 6th straight GAPPS championship to close out the GAPPS, getting ready for the GIAA next season. But it's gonna be a challenge, especially as if the top seeds advance. I mean, they'll be going on the road, but they feel that they could beat anybody in the GAPPS, and we are hoping that we can cover that championship run for Calvary Christian. But they got to get by Johnson Ferry Christian Academy here. But they're close. They're up 12-0 here in the third.
This is the best time of year, ain't it, Richard? We got all these teams playing, competing for championships between them.
Central, Glenwood,
Pacelli, Brookstone. It's just the best time. Not to mention this, like you said, junior college of baseball, and just doing the regular Georgia Alabama sports shows live. We are just we're going out strong these last 2 weeks of the regular season in playoff baseball for all these teams. So it's just exciting.
And that 1-2 pitch is fouled off, and we'll try it again. And how great would this be? because you got the GIAA playoffs next week. Both Brookstone and Pacelli have byes.
Yes.
They could possibly meet in the GIAA semifinals.
Yes. Yes, it would. That would be.
Swan on a miss, a curveball, got him. And Johnson Ferry strands 2 runners. We played 3 here at Calvary. It's the Knights 12, the Saints nothing. We go to the top of the 4th inning as you're watching the GAPPS quarterfinal, game 2 here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to Calvary Christian. Top of the 4th inning. We got a new pitcher on the mound for Johnson Ferry. It's Dylan Harris. He has pitched 6 innings so far on the season. This is his 3rd appearance. So this is the 3rd pitcher used by Coach Sumney and the Saints from Johnson Ferry Christian Academy out of Marietta, Georgia. And because we are in the 4th inning, looks like the 10-run rule is not in effect until the 5th inning, so Calvary's got to put up 3 runs here, and then Johnson Ferry will get their final at-bats because they are the home team. All right, Peyton Morrison is the batter. Number 23, Peyton Morrison, who is 0 for 2, reached on an error and struck out. And Peyton Morrison, he played in the first game, but he was just the defensive player at first base. This is his first time batting here in game 2, and he swings and misses for strike 1. And it's an 0-1 count to Peyton Morrison. Case Charles on deck. Change up, swung on a miss, strike 2. So Dylan Harris is ahead of the batter, trying to go to work and try to keep Calvary off the scoreboard here in the 4th to try to extend this game. That is away for a ball.
Richard's been a really fun game.
It has.
Fun. It's been a fun week of baseball. Next week we'll be there for Glenwood. Semifinal against Macon East, and we're going to try to do Calvary's. Hopefully it's not on the road, but it's looking like it is.
And the 1-2 fouled back, staying alive. By the way, 2 minutes ago in overtime, the Bucks and the Pacers all knotted up at 113.
Damian Lillard got hurt, but he came right back into the game.
Oh.
But he's back in it.
And the Clippers and Mavericks are about to start after that game.
But I'm looking forward, like as Thrift said.
Swung on a miss.
as we finish out as we're in the playoffs now, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the Glenwood game next week.
Oh, no
And
question.
Also, what's going to happen with Calvary on the rest of their way. Hopefully, they don't, as they said, they don't have to travel too far. We would love to do the rest of their games, or at least a championship game.
Well, if Rock Springs wins, then the game is going to be in Milner, which is about an hour and a half away.
And we may make, and I'm pretty certain we're going to make that drive there. Brookstone and Pacelli both host quarterfinal games next Friday, so we could see a Strong Rock, potentially Strong Rock versus Pacelli, which would be a good series. And then if they both win, they'll have a semifinal matchup, Brookstone Pacelli at Brookstone the following week. And then we mentioned that week of May the 8th through the 10th, we got Glenwood State Championships on the 8th and 9th, and then that one's hit right to the shortstop. Case is booking it down the line and able to get in on a single. And then Calvary will play in the state championship on Friday. So busy week these next couple of weeks for sure, but we're excited and looking forward to doing these playoff matchups. And right now, Calvary's just clicking on all cylinders. They need 3 more runs and then go 1, 2, 3 at the bottom of this inning, and it'll be over with, Richard.
That'll be all she wrote. Cam Houston, the batter, and he has reached base once, reached on an error with a sac fly and an RBI. And we're back to the top of the order for Calvary.
Richard, what is it about this this Calvary Christian team that just makes them so? I'm trying to use the word dominant, but what makes them such a reckoning force?
Well,
especially when they're in the playoff run that they're in right now.
There's a breaking ball, and there's a throw down, and that's going to be an overthrow and a stolen base for Case Charles. I believe it's their work ethic, and when you have a coach like Steve Smith, who has coached at collegiate players with the Columbus Chattahoots and their facilities, and they just continue to develop great baseball players. There's a changeup. That's a gapper, but that's going to be above the head of the center fielder, Will Miller. And now we got runners at the corners with 1 out, and look who's coming up, Bailey Thorne. And with 1 swing of the bat, he could make it to where all they need to do is go 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the 4th.
Hey, I'll go ahead and call it for you, buddy. He's going to take 1 swing, and he's knocking this out the park. It's going to be 15.
Are you saying he's calling his shot?
I'll call the shot.
Chris is calling this shot.
Chris is calling it.
We got a 3-man booth right now.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something.
I remember when I was a kid watching Bob Costas, Bob Euchre, and Joe Morgan. That was my favorite 3-man baseball
The fact that you
booth.
didn't mention Pete Van Wieren, Chip Carey, Don Simpson. Are you kidding me? Don Sutton, excuse me.
Remember.
You kidding me?
I grew up in California.
You weren't a Bravo. Yeah, you weren't a Bravo. You were a Giants fan.
Hey, we
Bailey
forgive you,
Thorne
buddy. We forgive you.
takes a ball, 2-0.
I'm not going to do a Charles Barkley guarantee, but I do think he's going to go ahead and knock it out of here.
How about the 4-man broadcast team of Tom Glavine, Chipper Jones, Jeff Francoeur, and John
I
Smoltz?
think that's a little too much. That's just in my opinion.
Remember, warm up the bus. No, that
So
was a
you're
lot
not-
of fun.
You're not going to give a guarantee.
Can't do that.
They cut the lights on him last
they
night
did, they
when
did.
he guaranteed after the Lakers, who just can't get out of their own way. We're going to talk NBA playoffs on the Georgia-Alabama Sports Live Show on Sunday. We got high school baseball playoffs. We got River Dragons. We got NBA playoffs. We got NFL draft. So much to talk about. Make sure to tune in on the Georgia-Alabama Sports Live Show this Sunday night.
Cannot wait for that.
It's Richie Rich. It's Thrift. We got a lot we're going to be getting into.
You could just say Richard Holdridge.
You tired of Richie Rich?
No, I mean, I'm known as Richard. Everybody knows me as Richard Holdridge, but if you want to give me a nickname, that's cool.
Richard was not going to let him have Richie Rich, was he? As soon as I said it, he was like, man, that's enough. It's Richard Holdridge, young man. It's Mr. Richard Holdridge.
You know the funny part about it is because people are going to go up to hey, that's Richie Rich. He has some money. Give me a little bit of something.
Oh
Richie.
boy, see, I don't want to start a trend.
Sorry, buddy.
As it's a 3-1 count to Bailey Thorne. Harris, the pitch, change up in the dirt, ball 4. That loads the bases. Well, You want to try to put him on with first base open. Why not?
I definitely would have walked him. I definitely wouldn't have thrown in the dirt. I wouldn't have thrown it anywhere he could hit it. But this next guy, he's been just as hot. It's Bryson Brooks.
By the way, into the first period, Columbus up 2-0. And how about Tom Callahan just doing a fantastic job as the play-by-play announcer. Can't wait for tomorrow. As Brooks swung on and missed for a strike.
Oh, we're hoping they sweep so we can get Callie on Sunday on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show.
Absolutely.
This is probably the best the Riverjackets has ever seen since even when they've been here as a team, and they've won a championship already.
Yeah, 2021, they won the Ignite Cup.
But that was also with
4 teams.
It was less teams.
It was a COVID year.
It was shortened. This is different. This team's more
it's
talented.
It's going to have a different feel.
In a tougher league. It's just, you're right, way different feel.
It is. You don't have to put the asterisk like the Dodgers.
I'm not putting an asterisk, even though I would for the Dodgers, and I'm starting to think I'm going to put for the Lakers after.
In the bubble? The 2020 championship?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Ever since LeBron picked Jokic last in that All-Star game back in like 2020.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yeah, it's personal.
Man,
Curve.
And Brooks strikes out with that one. How about that?
That was a nice curveball by
pitch.
Dylan Harris.
Harris coming in, doing a good job there. With the two toughest hitters, walks one, strikes out the other.
All right, well, we do have a pinch hitter coming up.
We're going to expect to have a lot of those coming up.
Coach Smith is going to unload the bench. And we try to get is number 13, Austin Wiggins. That's a pop-up. Camped underneath it is the second baseman, Will Tucker, to make the grab.
That's why they make the Chuck guarantee.
So Calvary cannot get a run across as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's Calvary 12, Johnson Ferry Christian Academy nothing, as this is the GAPPS. Game 2, quarterfinal here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
I just want to mention real quick before we go to break. Anyone who's missed any live broadcast, or if you want to go back and rewatch it, always check Georgia Alabama Sports Live's YouTube and Facebook page. You can rewatch this game, all the other baseball games we've done, including basketball and football season. So they're always there 24/7. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe on those games, and look forward to the other games we got coming up the rest this week and next week.
You know, I do want to say something before we go to break. I'm excited about what year 2 has in store for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I'm already looking at the high school football schedule with all the teams. Glenwood going to the AHSAA. They're taking on Valley.
Yes.
You got Calvary Christian going to the GIAA. They're going to play Brookstone and Pacelli. They're going to play Flint River Academy. I mean, they've got some good matchups as well.
A lot of matchups, and even talking to Rick Beach about Harris County at the start of their season, they start off their rivalry game against Manchester.
Manchester. They play Carver.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
It's going to be a great year. But we'll be right back after this.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
Back here at Calvary Christian High School, bottom of the 4th inning, Calvary leading Johnson Ferry Christian Academy 12-0. In this Game 2, the winner will advance to the GAPPS 2A semifinals, as Tommy Irving is the pitcher on the mound for the Knights. And a swing and a miss, strike one to Dylan Harris, who's also the relief pitcher for Johnson Ferry. And Tommy Irving, he was a starting pitcher against Northside 2-0 on the season with a 7.13 earned run average. This is his 13th appearance. He has pitched in 17 2/3 innings, and he's trying to shut the door on these Johnson Ferry hitters here in the fourth. If the score holds, they'll at least get to 5. We'll play one more inning. But I think we're going to play one more inning regardless because Calvary is going to bat in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it is, but in a way, I think, Coach Smith is he's going to see what the other guys have in store because
Going to load the bench. That's swung on a miss for strike 3, and just for good faith, the catcher tags him as he did bobble the ball.
It's the basics. That's how you become a team like the Knights here. You hold on the basics and you just keep on doing it, and then that's how you win the multiple state championships.
Well, Chris, also the baseball is so good in this town, and it starts at the Little League level.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It has been like that for years too. There's too many Hall of Fame coaches around here to name.
That first pitch to Zachary Grayson is a strike. Grayson, 1 for 1. He singled in the second inning. Irving delivers. There's a curve, and get out of the way. He's just trying to olay out of the batter's box.
Yeah, I was going to say, you watch his knees, but good job dodging that.
Try to get a score update on that game 2 between Central and Prattville. They did win the first game 3-1. Central, there's a 1-1, and that catches the inside corner for strike 2.
Again, so many teams around here have multiple chances to win not even make it to a championship game, but to win state. Central's definitely one of them. Of course, these Knights, and we've mentioned others, Pacelli, Glenwood, Brookstone.
All right, on the outside corner for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tommy Irving. That was a good pitch. You like that pitch, right, Chris?
Fantastic pitch.
Absolutely. And it's not just the Columbus area. The baseball is great outside the Columbus area, like LaGrange. You got Pike County winning a championship in 2022. How about Housing County over in Warner Robins winning a championship?
Yes. And again, it's just a testament to the coaches around here and the players they have. It's just a culture that kind of goes with it, too.
All right, Wolf Sisti is the batter, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The left fielder steps into the batter's box with 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch, that is low for a ball. Irving, that's in there for a strike. 1-1. It's a 1-2 count.
It's a 1-2 count right now. No,
Yeah, well, with the scoreboard,
yeah,
they're not able to register the strikes. There's a check swing, and he swung on, and it's going to be a throw down to first, and you got to tag the bag, and he gets it done.
He does. He gets it done in time.
3 up, 3 down. We've played 4 here at Calvary. It's all Calvary Knights, 12-0 over the Saints of Johnson Ferry Christian Academy. And you're watching the GAPPS quarterfinal, game 2, here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to Calvary Christian High School, top of the 5th inning. The Knights leading the Saints 12-0 as they are 3 outs away from wrapping this game up and advancing to the GAPPS 2A semifinals, where they will await the winner of Rock Springs Christian. And I'm trying to get the bracket up.
You're fine, Rich. I was going to say it's just another dominant play. Performance by the Calvary Knights, both game 1 in here and game 2 as well. They have just, again, shown everyone why they are, I'll just go ahead and say it. When it comes to the GAPPS, they're pretty much almost the top of the class.
Oh, no question.
And credit to Steve Smith and all he's done, not as the coach, but it's just as the athletic director here for Calvary Christian.
Yeah, Rock Springs Christian Academy taking on Lanier Christian Academy. We'll try to get a score update. By the way, Creekside Christian took game 1 against Scholars Guild Academy, the #1 seed.
That's impressive. That's very impressive.
And then the Kings Academy is taking on Sherwood Christian Academy.
Keep an eye on that game as well, too. As the Knights will surely have to run across them in their championship bid.
There's a curve ball that's
Counts 0-2.
swung back to the net. To the batter, Jackson Kennedy, who has been on base all 3 times. And that pitch was way outside. It is 1-2. And Jackson Kennedy interchanneling his Scott Hatteberg as he has walked twice and singled. Oh, come on, you knew I was going to make a Moneyball reference.
No, my love language is a great movie.
I love how he just was imminent about, we've got to start Scott Hatteberg over Carlos Pena, who's a great player. But I love, in the movie, I don't know if this happened in real life, I love the back and forth between him and Art Howe, the manager.
It was detailed in the book, so.
Yeah. I'm sure that's what happened in real life. Because I remember the 20-game win streak. I mean, I was living in California at the time. I mean, the A's were the talk of the town. It was not the Giants, even though they went to the World Series that year.
It's a shame that Oakland team never did get to make it any further than they did. Counts 3-2.
Yeah. There's a hit right to the shortstop. Neely throw to first in time for the first out. 6-3 on the putout. And now Levi Carroll, who does not have an official at bat. 2 walks and a sac fly with an RBI as the designated hitter steps into the batter's box. Dylan Harris, second inning of relief. First pitch to Carroll, and that's fouled off the fists and possibly into the parking lot. I think that might have hit the green fence behind us. As we've got a nice setup on this hill. Just a good view just to watch a baseball game. We also got the tent. I mean, we got a full operation here.
Shout out to you, Richard.
Oh, thank you.
You did a great job setting up today.
Carroll, and that's a line drive right to the right fielder, Dylan Harris. Actually, no, the right fielder makes the catch. That is not Dylan Harris. That is actually number 30. Got his number turned around so we can go ahead and get him on the broadcast. Dean Hand is in right field.
That was a very fantastic catch by him.
That was like a shoestring catch for the second out. And now here comes the pinch hitter. And that's going to be number 7, Jacob Scoggins. I wonder who he's related to.
Don't you do it.
No?
Don't you do it.
You can do it. Go ahead, buddy.
We love Phil.
Yeah,
we do
absolutely.
Love Phil Scoggins.
WRBL news anchor Phil Scoggins. He is a treasure in this town. I mean, just awesome. I love watching the news with him and Teresa Whitaker. They just do a fantastic job.
For those that don't know, Phil was actually, he started off as being doing sports.
Yeah,
Sports director,
exactly.
yep.
He was a sports director.
A lot of his family, especially some of his grandkids, they're not the ones here, but they definitely play sports. Has a granddaughter playing volleyball at a very high level, so
And also,
Fantastic.
in the Chattahoochee Sports Hall of Fame, he does the intro for the inductees in the class. And there's a opposite field gapper into right field for a base hit for Scoggins. He gets a pinch hit single. So Jacob Scoggins aboard with 2 outs. And now here's another pinch hitter. That is number 42, Isaac Giamana. Remember, he ended it with a walk-off where he was pinch hitting for Bailey Thorne in the 4th inning of last game. And
You're trying to set up for something here, Richard. Feel like
you know what? I'm foreshadowing what could
that's
possibly
a good word.
happen here.
Foreshadowing, yes. You are definitely doing that.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many runs they score. They will play the bottom of the 5th inning.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So they could score 10 runs here, and it's still going to play one more half of an inning. Is that is low for a ball?
That was strike 1.
It is strike 1, okay. Did not see the ump
Oh,
make the signal, but
You're good.
it's an 0-1 count.
He's a very,
Harris?
He's a very quiet ump.
Yeah, and he does it very late, too. See, really, when I look down at my paper, I mean, that's kind of
You're fine. He's doing an excellent job. He's not related to Angel Hernandez, so.
– What about Enrico Palazzo? Oh, man, I had to come up with that reference.
Man. They're going to start using the robots.
By the way, even though that's not a baseball movie, that might be the funniest sequence ever in a movie. That 10 minutes where they were doing the baseball game.
Oh, yeah.
Naked Gun.
Only Richard Holdridge would pull a Naked Gun reference.
Actually, Naked Gun is one. Naked Gun
in a
is one of my
broadcast.
favorite. It is one of my
Enrico
favorite.
Palazzo.
It is one of my favorite, yeah. That's
Look,
Right back.
remember, that's not the umpire, that guy from the stands. It's Enrico Palazzo. Remember Reggie Jackson was in that movie? And oh, man. I love in the beginning where they had the 10 announcers.
Yes.
That was funny.
That one's going to be hit right
Pop up.
really high in the air.
It's playable.
And first baseman makes the play.
Yes.
Good play
Out number 3.
by Brooks Crew to end the inning, but Johnson Ferry Christian Academy is down to their 3 final outs. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's Calvary 12, Johnson Ferry nothing here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ. Discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse. Discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Back here at Calvary Christian, bottom of the 5th inning, and on the mound for the Calvary Christian Knights is Cam Houston. He's trying to close the door here on Johnson Ferry. Houston on the season, a .311 earned run average, a 2-2 record. This is his 9th appearance, and he has got 27 innings pitched. And coming up to the plate is Brooks Crew, and then it's back to the top of the order.
just another excellent day of baseball games, and we're going to continue it tomorrow.
Oh, there's no
as for
question.
CBCC baseball, as they kick off a doubleheader. I'll be on the call for that. So just stay tuned to Georgia Alabama Sports Live Facebook and YouTube page. And Thrift and Richard, y'all will be doing the Georgia Alabama Sports.
And maybe
Live.
if Richard has time tomorrow, he will do a virtual conversation with Tom Callahan, maybe from his house if he has it,
Possibly.
if he can. If not, no big deal, as we will have Tom on here in the near future, especially if they win. We're going to have him on either Sunday or next Wednesday's show. One more inning. See if they can't go 1, 2, 3 here, Richard.
Cam Houston on to face Brooks Crew, and the first pitch to Crew is outside, ball 1. Winner of this game will take on the winner of Rock Springs Christian Academy and Lanier Christian Academy. And if Lanier Christian does get the upset against Rock Springs, Calvary, if they can hold on and win this game, will be hosting the semifinals next week. And that pitch is fouled back. The way that the coin flip is that they're going to end up going on the road if both high seeds advance. Same with the Keens Academy right now. But Creekside Christian actually got an upset win in the first round. There's the pitch that's high and away, ball 2. The final year in the GAPPS for Calvary Christian as they make the transition to the GIAA.
That's going to be a lot of fun next year for them.
Oh, battling with Brookstone and Pacelli. There's a 2-1, and that's in the gap. That's going to fall for a base hit. And a good job hitting by Brooks Crew with a leadoff single. The table setter gets the top of the order up with no outs and a runner at first. But Dean Hand is on to pinch hit. He's taking the place of the injured Will Tucker, and we hope that Will Tucker's okay after the injury he suffered at the plate. But Dean Hand is now on to pinch hit. There's a throw back to first, and Dean Hand, which listed as an 8th grader. This is only his 4th appearance, and actually he does not have an official at-bat. So he's getting his first at-bat of the season, and the first pitch to Hand is in there for a strike. 0-1.
No better time than the present.
Yeah, you got to get in there and get your at-bat, especially in the playoffs. He's got a bright future for Johnson Ferry Christian Academy, only being an 8th grader. The 0-1 curve right down the middle for a strike, 0-2. Cam checks the runner at first. Working from the stretch. The 0-2 curve, and that's inside for a ball, 1-2. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Like the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We got CVCC Baseball tomorrow. Chris Gates on the call. Thrift and I doing the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show on Sunday. Possibly an interview with Tom Callahan tomorrow. We try to set that up. The 1-2 is outside, 2-2.
Next 2 to 3 weeks it's gonna be fantastic.
It's gonna be the grind. That's what it's all about.
It's just amazing content we have coming out, and just amazing set of teams playing, bidding for championships and state title runs again. So it's just an exciting time.
The 2-2, strike 3 on the outside corner. Ring him up, a strikeout for Cam Houston, and now 2 outs away from closing this game out for Calvary. And Kai Neely, who's 0 for 2, with 1 out. Brooks Crew at first. Houston's first pitch to Neely. There's a ground ball, and it's off the hand of Houston and trying to bobble it and it will not come up with it as you had Houston slow it down, but the second baseman, Case Charles, could not handle it, and now we have runners at first and second with 1 out.
just the way how that ball just went up the hill, it kind of
Yeah, it slowed it down.
it slowed it down a little bit, and it's just and it's tough. It just found its location and just was able to handle it to try to at least go for the out at first.
Well, Johnson Ferry's got signs of life. Will Miller, who bats .368 on the season, he is 1 for 1 in this game with a walk and a single. And if he's able to score here, then it's going to keep this inning alive. So Calvary is hoping for the double play here. There's a pitch to Will Miller, swung on a miss for a strike.
Strike 2, 0-2.
Yep, no balls, 2 strikes. To the batter, Will Miller. Houston trying to shut the door. Checks the runner at second. The stretch, the 0-2. And that is lined into center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. There's the throw in, and they hold the runner at third. So Brooks Crew did not score on the play. Now the bases are loaded with 1 out. And we got Jackson Walker coming up to the plate. So Johnson Ferry is threatening here to get some runs across the board. But even if they score 2 runs here, Chris, if Calvary gets the third out, they will win the game because of the 10-run rule.
Yep.
That's something to keep an eye on. There's the pitch, and that catches the corner for a strike. 0-1 to Jackson Walker, who is 1 for 2 in this game. A ground out to the third baseman and a single. Houston has got an 0-1 count to Walker, and the pitch, curveball high and inside, 1-1. Houston from the wind. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball low in the dirt. 2-1. Bases are loaded. Bottom of the 5th inning. Calvary leading 12-0, trying to close this game out. The 2-1 pitch. There's a ground ball up the middle, right to the shortstop for 1. Throw to first. Ball game! And the Calvary Christian Knights advance to the GAPPS semifinals as they defeat the Johnson Ferry Christian Academy Saints. And they win this game on a double play. That's how it ends the game, Chris.
Yes, it did. And you know what? Kudos to them, and especially Richard. I think you and Thrift are going to go on down the field and get an interview with Steve Smith. As we get ready to go to commercial break here, you guys go ahead and make your way down there. I'll take it up from here.
All right.
And, again, Calvary Knights win Game 2, 12-0. They also won Game 1, 15-0 as they advance and go on forward. As Thrift and Richard make their way down to the field to talk to Coach Steve Smith. This is a great birthday present for him as well. His Knights advance even further into their playoff bid. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a special interview with Steve Smith right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT. Now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off. And the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
It's truck season at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. Check out the powerful full-size and fully loaded Chevrolet Silverado LTZ, discounted up to $13,000 off. Or the roomy midsize 3-row SUV Chevy Traverse, discounted up to $6,750 off. And the perfect size Chevy Equinox up to $8,500 off. No payments until the end of summer. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
We love being able to go to the different high school, colleges, middle schools to live broadcast sporting events around the area. Georgia Alabama Sports Live appreciates all the fan support, but without a presenting sponsor like Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC in Opelika, none of this would be possible. So we want to say thank you so much. Go to glennsmith.com. That is right, glennsmith.com. See all the inventory and see why people always say, get ready to smile. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC for being our presenting sponsor.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT, now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off, and the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Manager here with winning coach, Coach Steve Smith. Coach, dominant performance today, but what are some of the things you learned from your team as you head on to the semifinals?
We threw well today. That's kind of what we've been kind of battling a little bit. Obviously, it started off with Carson giving us 4 scoreless innings, getting an opportunity to get Bailey back out there, which we haven't had him for quite a while now. So get him back out there, and then all the other guys coming in and doing what they were supposed to do. And then offensively, we really just put pressure on them in the beginning of that game. They threw strikes. We hit today, and then followed it back up in the second game. So it was really good to see an overall good performance. Defensively, we're strong today, so it's good to see.
Dominant performance for sure. Let's talk about this guy right here. I thought he had a really good first game. Pitched the first game, 7 strikeouts. Did well. He was player of the series because he also did well at bat. So talk about Carson Ward and his improvement throughout the season.
Yeah, so, he's really stepped up. He's ended up being our number 1 guy that's had to throw the most innings this season. We know pretty much what we're going to get from him just about every time, but he went 4. Had a good mix. The curveball was really good today. Threw in some changeups in there, so overall really good job. And then offensively, he's really become a really dominant hitter. I think 2 doubles today, at least 1 double. So just another really good offensive day for him.
And he had his granddad right next to us, by the way. So shout out to his granddad. He was awesome there. We don't have 2 microphones. I'm going to pass the microphone to Richard as he asks Carson a question.
Absolutely, Carson. So just, by the way, great pitching performance. You were just clutch at the plate. It seemed like the team just kept on hitting and knowing that you want to try to end the game quick so your pitchers can get some rest. But let's talk about this upcoming series. You await the winner of Rock Springs Christian Academy or Lanier Christian Academy. If it is Lanier, you're back here for the semifinals. If it's Rock Springs, you're unfortunately on the road. But when it comes to playing games on the road or at home, what is the preparation for the team trying to make this playoff run and trying to get the 6th straight championship?
You just got to go out there. You got to trust the team. You got to trust the practice you put in and all the time that you've done. You just got to praise God for all the good times and the bad times. You learn from everything and just move on and have fun and play hard.
All right, and Coach Smith, so we don't know who the opponent is yet. We're trying to get score updates, but the way the bracket is set up, if it is Rock Springs Christian, unfortunately it is going to be on the road. But just tell us, it's only an hour and a half away. The Calvary supporters, how they can come support this team and travel on the road.
Yeah, we travel well. Our parents and obviously families, they travel really well. Obviously, we hope to have some students by that time. Our softball team will be done with their season as they play in their state championship on Tuesday. Whether we're at home or whether we're away, it doesn't really change what the game plan is for us. So we just got to play clean baseball. If we do that, we get to move on for another week.
Hey, listen, I put a disclaimer out. I made an opinion about some things. Don't understand why you're on the road at any point during the GAPPS playoffs. That represents me when I said that at the beginning of it. But either way, Carson, let's talk about what Coach Steve Smith means to you and the confidence he instills in you, knowing you're a day 1 starter. Talk about what he's meant to you in your career.
Oh, man, it's really an honor to play for him and everything that he does. He really supports everybody in the team and puts a ton of effort into it, really detailed and such a great coach to be around.
No doubt about it. And by the way, we're going to be a little corny. We went to Dollar General because it was just last minute. Throw the graphic up, Chris. We are going to say happy birthday to a guy, again, I talk about all the time, supporter of ours since day one. He has done a great job. He's done it the right way, building this program up from the ground up since 2014. So happy birthday, Coach. I know this is a great present seeing your team come out victorious today.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
No doubt about it. Thank you so much, Coach. Again, happy birthday. We'll be there next week. Good job, Carson. He was the Sports Vision's Player of the Series. All right, Richard, let's go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you again to Coach C. Smith. Thank you to all the fans, supporters of Calvary Christian. We will be there next Friday. We are crossing our fingers. We're not having to make a drive. Again, don't understand how a team that hasn't lost a GAPPS game in several years, has won the state championship 5 years in a row, is having to travel anywhere. But that's either here nor there. That's not an excuse. And Coach C. Smith, he's going to use that as motivation. His team will play anyone, anywhere, anytime, and that's what he's going to have to do for GAPPS, isn't he?
Can somebody just explain it to me so it makes sense?
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. So happy birthday to Coach Steve Smith. Great job. Yeah. Great win. Tomorrow, Chris Gates will be at CVCC baseball tomorrow. Excuse me, baseball tomorrow. They take on the #1 seed in their division, so make sure to tune in. 1 and 3:30, and then me and Richard, we got our show on Sunday. We'll talk about high school playoffs. We'll talk about NBA playoffs. We'll talk about NFL draft and more, and the River Dragons as well on Georgia Alabama Sports Live from Thrift. Richard, Chris Gates saying good night, and we'll see you later. Today's broadcast is presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC and Opelika. Go to glennsmith.com for more information. Get ready to smile.
Truckloads of fresh inventory are rolling into Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika, like this powerful all-new GMC Sierra 1500 SLT, now available with up to $13,000 off. Purchase the roomy GMC Terrain SLT, discounted up to $97.50 off, and the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive, discounted up to $8,000 off. Enjoy no payments till the end of summer at Glenn Smith GMC. Over 350 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way.
Get ready to smile.
Thank you for watching the Georgia Alabama Sports Live Show presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet and GMC.